Welcome on in. As a quick little warning before we start today's little writing critique group, we did just give Luna Tunafish some catnip. So if I suddenly scream out in pain, I'm probably fine. Luna just probably attacked me. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Everything's fine. Um, but otherwise, welcome on in. Yes, this is a writing critique group we host here live, right here on Twitch. If you guys are watching this VOD later on YouTube, then hello. Feel free to hang out and interact and talk in the comments or come to a future live stream. Let me go ahead and let everyone in Discord know the stream's starting. Stream starting now. We already have who we're doing today. I think it was it What or Izanoi first today? Let's take a peek-see. I'm gonna see our story submissions. Yeah, Izanoi has first one. Oh, I don't know if we've read from them before. This is exciting. This is a new person possibly, if I'm keeping my memory straight. Let's see. I nursed first time critique. Okay, I was wondering. I'm like, yeah, I think this is your first time critique with us. Is it your first time critique ever? That's so exciting. I do get how it can be a bit nerve-wracking though. Let me pull up the link. Let's see. Google link, Control C. Sorry for the flashbang, everybody. This might be a little bit bright for a second. There we go. Let's get our lovely author's name here in the upper right-hand corner. Twitch username, Control C, and our Raymond section here. There we go. There we go. I think that looks nice. Let me move everything over a little bit. A little scooch. Yeah, that looks good. First time live critique. At least with someone I've written with. At least with something you've written with some seriousness. Okay, you'll be back, Zoe? Imprison the realm of ads. Oh no. Okay, but Zoe's back. Zoe's back. We got them. Zoe the not cryptid hunter. Zoe would never hunt cryptids. Zoe's a cryptid friend, 100%. I'll verify. I trust. I trust. This looks so exciting over here. I think this is a good part for me just to yap for a minute or two. So let's go ahead. And actually, if you guys want to see before we start, I do have a little, in case anyone was curious where my blue brain was at for the next few months. Hide and Heart's going to be late, but this is also for them later. August, I'm planning to prep for our next upcoming woes for the shop stuff. And then for streaming stuff, I want to finish the current half of the manuscript I'm working on because they've been waiting on being slow with it. September, we have the woe market, and I'm going to finish the other half of the manuscript. So during both those months, the streaming schedule is going to remain roughly the same, streaming every other day, and then mostly focusing on writing critiques with some gaming. October, right, I should hopefully be done with the manuscript. So then the focus is going to be maybe something new with stream. I might try, like, as a complete person who's terrible at art. I might try like learn art, like same way I do like this writing a shitty rough draft every day. I'm like, ooh, would it be fun for like someone who's not good at art to do like 31 days of Inktober, learn how to do art. You know, I had to do like the little boxes, I had to learn perspective, I had to learn how to draw like 2D and 3D. I think there would be a... You haven't heard of it in a long time? Wait, is this old? Is it done? Is Inktober? Is Inktober done for? Not a bad idea, really. Oh no! November, will be our 1-year anniversary for what I consider my anniversary of when I seriously started streaming. And to celebrate that, we'll be doing the same thing we did at the start here, where it's going to be streaming every single day, except when I'm sick, for writing a shitty rough draft. You guys are going to see, how do I fucking write a shitty rough draft? Let's go. And then December, I am going to have to focus more on the shop, so I'll be resuming the normal streaming schedule, because I'll be dealing with like a lot of people ordering things last minute for the holiday rush. November and December will be that, but... Hi Jackal, welcome on in! Inktober the 31st, Inkaween! Inkaween! I have not heard of that, that's cute. Wait, Inktober went through some controversy? Dear fucking god, everything... Why can't anything just be good? what's happening? It's showing up the text-to-speech. Why it no do my text-to-speech? I have all my settings on for it. That's so weird. Nothing's doing it. He lost his voice box. He did. Baby Raccoon, what happened? What happened, Baby Raccoon? I didn't change any of the settings. Let me try something. Hold on. Un momento. Let's see over here. If I chat. Let's see. I clicked on a something. So let's see. Oh fuck, it's on a cooldown. I forgot the fucking cooldown. Oh man. What did I even have it as for a cooldown? I guess we'll never know. I'd have to look it up. I'm so sorry. Anyway, your text-to-speech. I'll go ahead and read. Baby Raccoon is now sportscasting. We go into the top of the 8th, scores 1-3 for the Yankees. Paul Blackburn taking the mound for the Yankees. Meep. See, I'm a better text-to-speech than Baby Raccoon is. There we go. No? Okay, so even when I clicked that, that was not the thing that was keeping it from working. Is text-to-speech not working? Yeah, no text-to-speech, everybody. Voice a shot. I guess so. I don't know what to do about that. I'll have to fix that for next time. I'll have Roots look at it. It was fine last stream, right? I'm trying to remember. I think it was fine last stream. I think you guys could still do it when I was doing the peak. Anyway, oh my, I don't want to make this annoy way too long. Wait. Mechanic Roots. Oh my god, if Roots was actually a mechanic, they would be stressed all the goddamn time trying to fix shit. Para-raccoon medics. Like how they shot Arya to the ground. You guys are so mean to Baby Raccoon. Baby Raccoon, are you okay, baby? Everyone's being mean to you. Mwah. There you go. Poor Baby Raccoon. He's gonna go down here where you guys can't make fun of him. He's just gonna take a little peek-see. Oh, oh wait, there's 2 chats. There's 2 chats. That's what that did. That's what that did. That's not a text-to-speech chat thingamajig. 85 stream streak! So then you're used to me having scuff issues. Okay. At least this is nothing new for you. Thank you for the 85 stream streak. Your college refund hit today? That's exciting. You've been here 103 to 104 streams. Thank you so much. You're really used to my scuff issues. Oh my god. How does everyone feel that we're just like a few months away from looking at another everyday streaming challenge for November? Yeah, exactly. What tech issues? This is 100% how a stream's supposed to go. Oh no. So yeah, that was the this is roughly the plan. For the gaming, I'm thinking I might actually, sorry, I was taking a sippy, be stepping away from the gaming. They don't do the best. Well, there's some more details about that. The normal games, like the popular games, I'm not very good at, and therefore a lot of people don't always like watching them. But puzzle games seem to have a little bit more interaction. People are curious about that. That's like the librarian cleanup game. That's the what happened at that one manor game where you had to like figure out how did all those people die. Some of the more puzzle games I think I'm a better streamer at. Oh, Split Fiction. Split Fiction's more of like a game though. I don't know, I don't think people necessarily enjoy me because I'm an average to below average like gamer. So I think I'm like, oh, maybe puzzle games where like I can yap more and you kind of solving things. I think people like listening to me yap more rather than seeing me fail at a game like Peak. So that might be, as we go forward, I'll be trying out some other types of games to kind of see. Do you know Wiki can be taken down if not being updated or active? Do you mean like all of Wikipedia? Wait, what? Wiki can be taken down. The scuff makes it authentic. That's a very nice way of viewing it. Anyway, I'll leave my weave screen. That was our little updates. I'll just show the beginning here so everyone can take a peek. Well, I look at what you said for the survey so we can have a better idea on how we can read your piece and help you out and give you good advice. You turn to pig, then you need to turn to bacon, and then you need to barbecue yourself. What? The Cryptid Roots wiki has been taken? Oh no. Taken off not being updated or active. Oh, so because we weren't updating it enough or doing enough stuff with it, it got down? Wasn't that like a different wiki though? It was like a fan wiki thing, right? Is that with all wikis or is that just with fan wikis? Oh man, I should have been more up to date. I'll add. Hold on. I'll add it to the list. Probably not August. Probably not September. October. Be better at social media. It wiki. That'll be October. You just need to fix a few things. That's exciting. Chapter 1, start of Act 1, Chapter 1. Let's see. What is Annoy Put? I hope I'm saying the username right. I'm so sorry if I'm not. It is for a novel, and it's low fantasy. And for the summary here, it's Maylin. I think I'm saying that right. Maylin and Vale are inquisitors, mages that serve the king directly. They will navigate a political uprising by the lords from the ground level, which is being co-opted by another political uprising. So there's 2 political uprisings? Oh man. 2 political uprisings, 2 mages that we're following. Maylin and Vale. And for the specific things you want the critique to focus on, you said mainly the prose, pacing, sentence flow, rhythm, and feel. Okay. I'll clarify again, I'm not like a line editor. When I notice stuff, I'll try to point it out, but also take anything I say that's a line edit with a grain of salt because I'm not a line editor. The prose style is a bit unlike most fantasy prose. Ooh, so it's going to be a bit unique, so we might have to read a little bit before I can give a critique on it if it's a little different. A little of interest, whether it strikes that balance of mysterious and honest, or if it feels confusing. And then general feedback is appreciated too. Got it. Let's see. Be better at social media. That's been a low-key thing for years. The goal for this year was actually to be consistent in uploading YouTube videos, which technically I have been doing because I've been consistently uploading the VODs to the VODs channel. Have I been consistently doing anything else on social media? No. So the plan has been to slowly but surely, I keep setting like one goal that's either every month or like every year or something, and this year's goal was, hey, you should post something on YouTube consistently. The VODs channel kind of let me get away with it. I kind of skirted by that one, but I consistently stream, except for when I'm sick. I have been really good at streaming, except when I'm sick. I have actually been consistent with that. I can never predict what I'm gonna be consistent at, but some things I am pretty good at. Other things I'm not. Full disclosure. I just learned when like certain qualities reached above a certain streamer's stream, certain quality, it causes people to get error 1000 or like not being able to see the stream. So a certain quality? Like, are you talking about like 1080p? Something like that? 4K? Like that kind of quality? What do you mean I just proved your point? What do you mean I just proved your point? No, I've been consistent! Hi, what? Welcome on in. So, we have a slightly unique style for this low fantasy novel. So, I might have to read a little bit to pick up on the style that you're wanting to achieve, so I can critique it better. Remember the viewer's stream streak? What? Is there something wrong with my stream? Is there something wrong with my quality? Is it too good? Almost nothing I've done has ever been too good. What the fuck? That's never happened. In all my years of existing and my perfectionism, I've never achieved something too good. If the streamer's quality is above 1080p, then we can't see. I'm not above 1080p, am I? How can I tell? How do I know? Is it an OBS? How do I figure it out? Duration 300 seconds. I have all my layers. Do I have to do them too good? I'm not above 1080p. Oh, thank God. Oh, Zoe's over here giving me a heart attack. Baby Raccoon, I need you back here for moral support. That was scary. I was like, I don't know how to not be 1080p. I don't even know where to see if I'm 1080p. Oh no. Thank you, Zoe. That's a good thing to know, though. I wonder if the Raccoon Channel 6 news. Is that too fancy? Is that why I don't think it crashed the stream. Because it's technically always running. Yeah, he's a cryptid hunter. Yeah. No, Zoe's innocent. Zoe would never hurt cryptids. Chapter 1. Cold Open. Milan's ears were still humming when he gave up on fixing them. He palmed his ear to reset the pressure for the 10th and last time. Beside him, Vale was slumped over the only intact bench in the courtyard. He drew a piece of licorice root from his pocket and checked it for ash before deciding it was fine to chew. So for this one, for the he, I'm not quite sure if it's Milan, who's just finished messing with his ears and now he's grabbing licorice, or if it's Vale, who's slumped over and reaching into his pocket looking for the licorice. No, I'm not. You don't have proof. Ooh. You could at least look like you're in pain, Milan said. I am in pain, Vale replied, not bothering to stop chewing. Oh, it was Vale. Okay. Not bothering to stop chewing. I'm sitting down, aren't I? You should try it sometime. Yeah. The what we lovingly call the gay fanfic writer's conundrum. When you have two people with the same pronouns and you're like, fuck, which one is it? Which character did what? I will say, I like the dialogue. This feels pretty natural dialogue. Milan offered a tired grin. He leaned against the wooden storehouse and took a swig of ale from the costrel hanging at his hip. Costrel? I don't know if I said that right. What do you feel attacked? Is Zoe attacking you? The midday sun caught his eye, forcing him to squint. No thanks, my ass is still sore from the saddle. And you shouldn't slump. He poked Vale's back with his scabbard, drawing a glare. Are your ears really not playing any tricks on you? They were. Are yours? Old age caught up with you already? They're fine, Milan replied. It's fading already. If you say so, at least it's done with. So here, I know it's said that they're still humming, but I think it would be a nice little touch here to be like, oh, they're fine. Milan, like, maybe lied. Or Milan replied, it's fading already. And then, like, how does he feel about lying? Like, some little detail here about he, like, avoided eye contact when he lied, or... Oh, the gay person, the gay fanfic writer's dilemma. Let's see. At least it's done with. Malin stared across the courtyard at the old watermill. Its blackened remains cracked and sizzled, the surrounding air shimmering from the nearby stream. Down at the waterline, an older woman shouted orders as men shuffled bucketfuls of water onto the smoldering ruins. Her husband stood in the crater a few steps away, sorting bits of the mage's body from the char. Another woman met Malin's gaze and scowled. You give a thin, awkward smile. A very emotionally restrained tone. I'm not gonna say it has to be like super emotional. We already know he's lying, because it's said it's just a few paragraphs back. It's in the same page. His ears are still ringing when he gave up on fixing them. And then he's here just a few paragraphs later saying, "Oh, they're fine," Milan replied. "It's fading already." And it could be like, if you want that tone of like not being emotional, it could just be factually, what does he do? Like, he tried to cover the lie by looking around, staring across at the courtyard, not making eye contact, but then worried, is that too obvious? You know, that kind of thing. Like when you know you're kind of fibbing with your friends and you're kind of like looking away like, oh fuck, are they gonna catch me? Are they gonna catch me in this fucking lie? It can be a little factual thing. I think why I wanted a line here is because we are having a little bit of heavy dialogue here. Not the wording's heavy. Like here we have this line of dialogue. It's then broken up by the prose, and then the dialogue continues. So that feels good. It feels natural. But then here we kind of have 3 back and forths of Valen and Milan going back and forth, and it's only really broken by the Milan replied. So that's why I was like, oh, it might feel rhythmically a little nicer if there was some other line here to kind of help split it up, rather than just the Milan replied. That's why I kind of looked at this area for that extra prose line, and then it's just a nice easy, what's a nice easy prose line to add here? Oh yeah, some description about him lying. But it can be anything else really. Maybe a pet griffin, maybe a girl. Did I really make this entire book sapphic? You have a lot of female cast. I was actually wondering, except for the fact that there were like a few characters that are male in your book, I was like, is this an alternate reality where there are no guys? Is everyone female? And then there's just occasionally like a guy character that throws that idea off. But there's a lot of women in it. It's a lot of lady characters in your story. At least it's done with. So we do have this thing. So there's a mage's body from the chart. This was really interesting here. I do like that. So as far as for the first page, because before I continue, I do want to give like a critique on the first page. I will say the dialogue sounds pretty good. I'm always looking for dialogue sounding a bit natural. If there was a line of dialogue that I say could be tweaked to sound like take it from an 8 to a 10, it would be this right here. Are yours? Old age caught up with you already? I almost feel like there should be some little thing here, some little split right here that would make it go a little. Wait, sorry, I just heard Zoe's thing. It's what's sapphic. It's the best. It's the best thing ever. It's woman loving woman. It's all the lady stuff. If it's ladies, and then ladies loving ladies, woman loving woman, it's it's the best part. It's the best part of the internet. 100%. Don't you guys wish you could go outside and actually see a woman? Those mythical beasts that don't exist. 100%. Top 10 favorite cryptids. Yeah. So yeah, for breaking up the dialogue block that you call it here, I would say like, oh, this guy here, he could have like a little bit of an extra line of prose here that would break it up. For here, just to make it sound natural, I kind of want this between these two ones to be like rephrased slightly to make it flow a little bit more naturally. But I like what they're saying. I like the joke that he's doing, like, oh, are you already old? Your old age catching up with you, bro? Like, what's that? I like the joke. I like the humor. I would just like look over again, see if there's another way to rephrase it for it to flow a bit better. But that's being really nitpicky. I wouldn't super worry about it. Otherwise, I think the dialogue is pretty good. I like the characters are introduced pretty early on, and we already get some details about their personality and the tone, so I do like their introduction. And the interesting bit, the kind of bit that makes you like perk up as a reader and go like, oh wait, what? Is introduced on the first page. It's a little bit towards here at the bottom, but there is something with this ruined watermill and a mage's body that's from the char, so many bits of the mage's body. That's interesting, and instantly as a reader, because you don't quite understand what happened, you're like, what? What's going on? What the fuck? I want to keep reading to find out what the fuck's with this. So I think there's a lot of good stuff here on the first page that keeps the reader's interest, so I'm pretty happy with it. Coming up in a few weeks, twice a week, so my streak might break. It's okay. I think Heidenheart, like, if you're worried about it, which you should never be worried about it, but if you are worried about it, I think Heidenheart said you can, like, watch the VODs later, and that should count, as long as you, like, watch it within, like, what, 24 hours or something? There's some, like, weird little details, and it will keep your streak, so you don't have to super worry about it. Sorry, Big Sippy. I'm being bad tonight. I exercised earlier today, and now I'm treating myself to fucking soda. I should be a good person who exercises and drinks water, but apparently I can't do both on the same fucking day, so rest in peace, me. Although at Malin's gaze and scowled, he gave a thin, awkward smile. I think done with might be putting it lightly. We still have the ruling to deliver. And I want to take another look at that contract. That feels pretty good. He looked down, flexing his bandaged left hand to test the bindings. Despite everything, they were still tight. 4 linen layers hugged the palm, passing twice each over and under the thumb, bound at the wrist. Let me make sure I'm not just saying that wrong. 4 linen layers hugged the palm, that sounds good, passing twice each over and under the thumb. Passing twice each, and then the phrase over and under the thumb. Could it be passing twice each around his thumb? Around the thumb, bound at the wrist? It could be me, because again, I'm not a line editor, it could just be me struggling with that, not sounding the best when spoken out loud. So if it's just a me thing, then just ignore it. But if it does sound like a little bit funny to other people when they read it out loud, like if you have other critique people and they also stumble over this one, that one I would say, like, the info's good, but just rephrase it to sound a bit more natural. You're gonna learn Espanol for your girlfriend? Nice, nice. Drown in it, drink the water. I will when I finish my little treat can of soda. I have a little treat. I worked so hard. I did so many fucking things today. I'm done. Only the smell was off. The usual aroma of dried wine. Oh, thank you for the hydrated dihydrate. I'm gonna take a big sippy of soda. That's what you meant, right? Ah, such a nice thing of soda. Thank you so much, Lotus, for telling me to drink more soda. Love you guys so much. So you've chosen dihydrate just for a little bit. At least it's 0 sugar. No sugar. And yeah, it's just a little treat after. I did my exercise today before stream, so I'm pretty proud of that. I did more cleaning. I did all the shop stuff. I packed a bunch of orders. Some of them are even ahead of schedule, which I feel fucking proud of. Normally I'm always doing things kind of like the day of that they had to ship out, but we're actually ahead of schedule for some orders. And I also cleaned a lot, and there was just, like, a lot of stuff I got done off my mental to-do list today. And I'm like, fuck yeah. So, treating myself to a soda can. You drown the chatterbox. Oh, that's a cute title for the redeem. I like that for you. That's cute. Only the smell was off. The usual aroma of dried wine replaced by something rotten. Dried wine around the bandage. It drew a private satisfaction from him. Again, another thing where it's like, what does he mean by that? There's some curiosity here. Because you were, one of your things in your, hold on. I'm stumbling over my stuff because I'm going too fast. One of the things that you were looking for in your critique was like, hey, how is the balance between, like, mystery and intrigue and then being confusing. There we go, that's words. So far, there's, like, a lot of little things, so I'm like, ooh, that's interesting, ooh, that's neat. And as a reader, it's not confusing yet. So far, it's a pretty good balance of, ooh, that's neat, ooh, that's interesting, what does that mean? So I'm not confused yet. I'm pretty engaged as a reader. It's drawing my attention, so I do like that. The mill was an unfortunate complication. They had cornered the mage in the mill, and Vale had struck a... Oh wait, not struck. They had cornered the mage in the mill, and Vale had stuck a blade through his sternum. They had assumed the humidity would keep the flower dust from catching. They had assumed that they had pierced his heart. Alas, the mage had proven them wrong on both counts. Did you know all words are technically made up? Yep, they're made up by somebody. Let's see. So now, this is just me more like developmental item-wise. I'm like looking through, I'm like, okay, this paragraph is talking about the ruined mill and him making eye contact, Mila making eye contact with the woman, and the people going through that ruined mill and the dead mage. The next paragraph is about the bandage, but then here we return back to the mill. Sometimes you might get a critique or feedback that's like, oh, keep the paragraphs, just rearrange them to make it flow a bit better. Because, like, this guy's technically different between these two. But I actually think it's okay right now. I think this is pretty nice. I think we went through here. We had the side tangent as the character was talking. And then while looking at the bandage, then he has this thought of the mill was an unfortunate complication. I think it actually flows pretty well. So I'm not going to give an edit on changing that yet. Last, the mage had proven them wrong on both counts. Vale's jaw worked the licorice quietly, his left cheek matted with soot. Honestly, I was hoping Lord Geraldine would handle it. It'll be his fief for a while after all. Sounds like wishful thinking. Maybe, he admitted. Oh, hold on, let me do my lo-fi beats. Everything was convinced was made by a drunk guy in a pub. Let's see. I don't think he'll want to gamble his own coin on repairs if we can't even tell him how long until a new permanent lord arrives. A man walked past them, gathering pieces of the thatch roof strewn across the courtyard. His head perked up at the mention of a new lord. Vale scoffed. He waited until the man was out of earshot. We both know that His Majesty will hold it in suspense as long as it serves him. You would think this would be the perfect time to invoke the waste doctrine. Here. Luna, you're fine. I don't know if you guys can hear her. She's crying at the ceiling nearby. Luna, baby girl. Luna, you just got drugs. Don't you want to have fun with your catnip? The mod is here running hide. Everyone is actually behaving really, really good. So it's... But hi, Hide Heart. It's good to see you. Baby girl Luna. I'm sorry if you guys can hear her. She's yowling at the ceiling. Peer pressuring your cat? No, she loves drugs. I was more worried when the stream started. I'm like, okay, we gave Luna drugs. If you guys suddenly hear me screaming, it's because she got the zoomies and it will attack my flesh. Ooh, you're working on Raccoon Channel 6 news stuff? That's exciting. I had to do part 2 of the story I submitted. I had to do the next part of the library. But that'll be in the future. That'll be when I have time. Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry, quick little side tangent. Hide and Heart. I was going over my schedule for my rough schedule for the next few months with everybody. And I have for August to finish up the current half of your manuscript I'm reviewing. And then September, I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna fucking lock the fuck in. And I'm gonna do the other half of your manuscript. So I'm hoping, as long as I can be better with my schedule and get more organized, that end of September, I should be done with your manuscript and be able to give you all the feedback and the chapter by chapter breakdowns that you were looking for. That's gonna be my plan. She's seeing sounds and hearing colors. Poor Luna. She's over here still complaining. If she turned into Blitzo and called Luna Looney, would that mean we all work for IMP? We actually don't call her Looney. We call her Lunatic. Because when we got her and she was like in that when she was still pregnant with her babies and even afterwards, she was crazy. She was so psycho. She was so she was ready to kill. She was ready to kill the other cats. That's why she separated from them all. Weave in a Toy Story alien voice. Weave. It's been too long. I don't remember what they sound like. I just remember the claw. When it's the claw machine. So I will say, up until we're zooming back to poor Izanoi, who's realizing what it means to talk with somebody with ADHD. I was pretty, as a reader, like engaged, like, oh, okay, all the things here seem purposeful. And like they're the little intrigue spots, and I'm interested to keep reading to understand why. Like, why is the bandages smelling like something rotten and it drew a private satisfaction? What's that about? The mage being blown up in the char, and then we hear a little bit about that later. So I kind of get the idea of like, okay, these guys were hunting the mage or catching the mage, and then something happened with it where the flower caught fire and exploded, basically, where this thing exploded and killed the mage. I'm like, okay, like everything was pretty good. Here at this point, when it's talking about the Majesty appointing somebody new, a new lord, there's something here with a little bit of Lord Geraldine. Here we go, Lord Geraldine. I'm like, okay, we're gonna learn about Lord Geraldine a little bit. We kind of scoot past it. There's not gonna be a new permanent lord. And there's something with His Majesty. So at this point, I'm like, I kind of wish there was a little bit of like maybe just a short paragraph, even if it's just a line or two, explaining some more of the background stuff I should know about these people. Weave the claw. Oh my god. One day I'll have like an actual fancy background, but I'm still gonna name it the Weave screen. Still gonna have Weave up at the top, just because now it will be almost a year come November. We've got the Weave screen. So at this point, I kind of wish there was like a little inkling. I don't need it all entirely spelled out for me, because I am assuming as a reader, like, I'm gonna learn more about this as we keep going. But I'm like, I'm kind of feeling a need for like a little sentence or two. Give me a little taste here. We both know that His Majesty will hold it in suspense as long as it serves him. You would think this would be the perfect time to invoke the waste doctrine. Milan shook his head, taking another sip of ale. Geraldine's not that stupid. So he's calling him Geraldine rather than Lord Geraldine here. We'll just trade them their wheat for overpriced flour or something like that. Besides, I'm not planning on arguing about the specifics of the law when we could have it all in writing now. What background information should be given here? A description of Lord Geraldine, or expose the reason they were hunting the mage now? I think you could kind of do either. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, the text-to-speech might not be working. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry, Chatty. We were talking about it earlier. There's something with the text-to-speech. Maybe I should disable it for now. Let me see if I can go. Is it settings? Channel stream. Content viewer rewards. Power-ups and channel points. Manage power-ups. Let's see. Okay, text-to-speech is deactivated. It's de-enabled. Stream manager. So hopefully no one's wasting their points on that anymore. Oopsie. It's a god, Auntie Cryptid. All hail the screen. Let the blue ba propaganda drown out the lies of the green ba. Oh my goodness. So yeah, hopefully it should be disabled now. Hopefully nobody else wastes their poor raccoon points on it. I feel as a reader, and when it's reader feedback and not necessarily editor feedback, it is subjective. So this is kind of like off the cuff, just reader feedback at this point. So take it with a grain of salt. I feel as a reader, it's just a generic little blooba. I think as far as the mage and why they were hunting the mage and them catching on fire and stuff, I feel intrigued by that. I'm not confused. I'm like, ooh, that's so interesting. I feel like as I keep reading, I'm gonna learn more about that. Why are these people hunting mages? What's going on? I feel pretty compelled by that. And like I'm not at any point so far where like I'm confused about it. I feel compelled about it. I feel like I'm going to learn more about it. I think it's pretty interesting and engaging. I feel good on that half of stuff. The part where again I'm like, ooh, wait, I feel like I'm missing stuff, like I feel like I missed a step, was Lord Geraldine and the Majesty and this incoming Lord or this new permanent Lord arriving. Stuff like that. I don't necessarily feel like I needed a description of Lord Geraldine. More of like, oh wait, okay, there's lords, there's his majesty, there's a new permanent lord arrives. Is Lord Geraldine gonna be the new permanent lord? Is there, what happened to the previous lord? Like I feel like I just need like a little sentence or two of these characters, like in the little prose being like, oh yeah, like the previous lord died and the majesty's waiting on bringing in another one. I feel like I just need like a little step. There's like a little baby step I'm missing here about explaining this situation. But that's just my feedback as a reader. It could be as I keep reading, it's gonna explain it all. But I just wanted to lift up that little flag of you of like, hey, when is the intrigue going a little bit to confusion? This part here, as we're explaining the politics and new people coming in and going, this is when a little bit of the confusion's coming. So just be aware of that. So Geraldine's not stupid though. I might be. Full disclosure. I'll just trade them their wheat for overpriced flour or something like that. Besides, I'm not planning on arguing about the specifics of the law when we could all have it in writing now. This part, the dialogue's been really good. I feel like this last one might be a little bit too run-on for dialogue. It might be a little bit wordy. I wonder if there's some way to rephrase this, but make it flow a little bit more naturally as dialogue. But otherwise, I've been pretty happy with the dialogue. A woman yelled, gesturing at a beam in the courtyard fence. A man splashed a bucket of water over it. We could let him claim the mulchers for the next 5 years. The sooner the repairs, the bigger the spoils. And if he does a poor job and the mill lasts less than that, he forfeits the rest. A newly crowned lord won't mind missing out on that bit of revenue if it means a working mill. 5 years? Milan asked. The waterworks look intact enough, Vale replied. A few men stood by the mill race where the water wheel lay still. It had sunk 2 inches into the dirt, the water bubbling at the edges. Milan considered the idea for a moment. Do you think we should give the contract to someone else? It'll take at least a few months to rebuild the mill. They would still need to transport their grain back and forth from his mill in the meanwhile, and I'm not sure Geraldine has the carts or horses to spare. And give it to who? I was thinking Lestill. Great, it's okay if you describe your look, please? Important raccoon news stuff. Oh, tired? I think there's bags underneath my eyes at this point, and I don't know how to make them go away. So I've been looking at color correcting stuff, but I don't really know how that works with a blue complexion, so I'm still a little confused about that. But after my after my exercise today, because I hate being like sweaty and stinky and gross, so after my exercise earlier today, I took a shower. My hair's like basically dried from the shower from earlier. But I about once a month or so, I do a really, really deep, is it called a descaler? Descaler? It's not a normal shampoo, it's like a descaling. It basically gets your scalp super, super, super clean, like clean to 1,000. And it feels so good feeling that clean and fresh on like the top of my head compared to being sweaty and gross from after exercising. I'm like, oh my god, my scalp on my head feels amazing. I know that feels weird to say, but like it feels like so nice and clean on top of my scalp. Oh my god, it was like a really nice shower, and I really focused on my hair and scalp. And then as my hair dries, I have to go and put in the oil soon. I have to put in my jojoba oil because that goes really well with my hair. Hola, hola, ¿cómo estás? Hello, Ozzy. That's all the Spanish you know. No, I know a little bit more. I know azul. I know azul's blue. I know chocolate instead of chocolate. Muy buen, gracias. Oh my hiding hearts. I know that's privyet. That's hello. That's hi. But I don't know the other bit. I don't know what happens after that you typed in. Oh, my model appearance. Okay. The official Cryptid Roots model will not have the little demon-y like horns. I have antlers that kind of matches our profile pic. If you guys see like the little dead deer skull, the deer skull pic, I want deer antlers to come out of mine. But it's covered in jewelry and stuff. So there's gonna be rings and chains and stuff hanging all over that. There's gonna be braids in my hair. I want jewelry and beads in my hair. I want rows and stuff of like necklaces and jewelry that's like bone jewelry and like beads and shiny stuff hanging down from my neck. There's gonna be like a fuck ton of rings on each finger. So like my hand's just covered in jewelry. There's gonna be bracelets. There's gonna be armbands. There's just jewelry all over the fucking model. And I had to save up so much money because I know that's gonna be such a bitch to animate. Oh my god, it's gonna be horrible. Oh. Nice. I'm gonna study in the Soviet lands on Sinology. Ooh. You want the 100k for another special. 64,000 You guys have to slow down. I don't have the money for another 100k special. Slow your rolls. Bone and shiny stones. Yeah. I also want to have the glowing eyes. I want to have glow in the dark eyes. So my yellow eyes, I want them to glow in the dark because I think that would be cool and spooky. Yeah, if you give me a little bit, please. What is the 100k? That's when so Zoe saved up 100,000 points, 100,000 roots coins, and I'm like, oh wow, they were saving up for it. They were always giving us updates on how much they were saving, how close they were getting to 100k. So then it became a joke of like, oh, there's gonna be something really, really cool. I'm gonna do a special thing. So since Zoe really likes their Raccoon Sona was Archie Archives, who's the host of Raccoon Channel 6 News. I did for their 100k redeem. I made a special redeem that's literally called, I think Zoe's like 100k redeem. And during that I revealed I got an animated background. Let me see if I can show it. Yeah, I got an animated background for Raccoon Channel 6 News, and that's Archie Archives right there with Skelly for when I read Raccoon Channel 6 News. So yeah, that was and it was also happened to be on your birthday. That happened to work out. I had no. So it's technically Skelly and Archie Archives have the first official art on the Cryptid Roots channels, because even me and Roots don't have official artwork yet. This is still a customizable model, but it's not the actual Cryptid model. Baby Raccoon's more of a stock thing. Anyone could buy this little text-to-speech thing on Etsy, so it's not even the official Baby Raccoon. Roots has no official model yet. Broken sadly? Oh wait, what? Yeah, I turned off text-to-speech because he was broken. But yeah, that was the 100k redeem. It was Zoe's special thing for saving up 100,000 points. Let me go back up to this. Oh no, is your tummy hurting, Aaron? I'm sorry. Hi, Jack the Tiger. You had McDonald's? No, suck it up. Be grateful. You had McDonald's. Oh my god. Complete tone change around for me when I realized it was McDonald's that upset your tummy. I'm like, what do you mean? Tough it up. Get good. Stuff happened. It's hilarious. I feel so bad. You do not understand. I broke out into a sweat when that stuff happened. I was almost on the verge of tears. Oh my god. But yo, that 100k redeem, yeah, as soon as I tried to show it, the stream OBS crashed. I almost cried. Let's see. Tangent, I claim backup. Okay, no problem. Just remind me, otherwise I'll forget. So let's see. So there's something with the waterworks look intact enough, Vale replied. A few men stood by the mill race where the water wheel lay still. It had sunk 2 inches into the dirt, the water bubbling at the edges. Meelan considered the idea for a moment. Do you think we should give the contract to someone else? It'll take at least a few months to rebuild the mill. They would still need to transport their grain back and forth from his mill in the meanwhile. And I'm not sure Geraldine has the carts or horses to spare. Oh no, wait, Automata. Thank you, Hidden Heart, for controlling Automata a little bit. I was gonna text this when Scuff happened. Oh, yay, this is a great surprise. I know I always clarify, like, hey, don't be too parasocial. Don't always think that anyone you meet, even a blue bond stream, is 100% nice and perfect and kind 100% of the time. You never really know people online, etc, etc. But please, please never think that I'm an asshole enough. That yeah, I hype you up and I tell you to save 100,000 points for months and months and months just to like end the stream once you spent it all. That would have been such a dick move. That would have been so horrible. Please don't think I'm that much of an asshole. Model can't even keep up. I'm shaking my head too much. I'm like, please no. Would have been terrible. And give it to who? I was thinking Lestill. 6 men struggled with lifting the water wheel from the stream. Vale flexed his own bandaged hand. They were looser than Meelin's, the knot at the base of his wrist. The knot at the base of his wrist, almost undone. I'm not sure the king will be happy if we give more land to the richest lord in the region. So they are the ones, like, actually in charge of this. That's interesting. Oh my god. I saved $400,000 to buy a house. Cryptid told me to. I'm broke now and we hope to make $1 million. Wait, what? Oh, did I forget? Did I miss it earlier? Is annoying? Okay, repeat message because it got buried. The thing I'm thinking about is that this introduction mentions a lot of administrative details, but they're not really important lore-wise. Oh, okay, so these guys they're not really important lore-wise. Okay. The importance is giving the appearance of smart and competent administrators, but having dialogue that explains each of their choices would risk mischaracterizing them as not having done the job for a long time, because they wouldn't need the clarifications, and also lead the reader into error by adding more world building. Okay, so I kind of see the conundrum. You don't want them to explain it in dialogue, because they like you said, these characters should have already known these things, they can be competent. That's what I was saying, like, not necessarily in dialogue explain the stuff. I wanted, like, a prose line to break it up and give me a little hint of detail. And I think there's the worry of, like, oh, if you add in, like, multiple paragraphs describing each of this, like who Lestill is, who Lord Geraldine is, who the Majesty is, and like have a paragraph describing everything, then yeah, that's a lot of world building for something where these people aren't really important in the major plot, like you're saying. I don't think I don't think we need like a huge amount of it. Like I don't need a full breakdown of everything. I'm more looking at like, oh, as a reader, I kind of want a sentence or two here or there to help me with that little baby step. And I think that would actually also help with making them seem like competent people who have done this before. If there's just like an occasional line or two of, I think our character's Milin, right? Our main person we're following is Milin. Or did I get them confused? Yeah, it's Milin. Okay. So Milin so like if they mention, I was hoping Lord Geraldine would handle it. It'll be his fief for a while after all. And then like a line or two here of just prose of just Milin's thoughts being explained to us. Being like, oh, like if Lord Geraldine's like this incompetent loser or something, right, of a lord, having like, oh, Milin could have almost scoffed at the idea of Geraldine accomplishing anything or handling anything. And then the prose, sounds like wishful thinking. Maybe, he admitted. Like not anything huge, not like multiple paragraphs, but like a little sprinkle, little line or two here to kind of guide me into how these people are perceiving these politics, how they're handling these politics. Here, Vale's talking, this is dialogue. We both know that His Majesty will hold it in suspense as long as it serves him. You would think this would be the perfect time to invoke the waste doctrine. And then there could be like a line or two, one or two, not a whole paragraph, but like a line or two of prose here that's going into if the Majesty is, they kind of like always make stupid decisions that they can't like quite ever back up, because they kind of say His Majesty with like emphasis here, and like you would think this would be the perfect time, so it sounds like they're critiquing the Majesty. So maybe it's like a child majesty or something. He's always doing like stupid decisions. If there's just like a line here that's clarifying, like through the 5 years that His Majesty took the throne, hardly any of his decisions had ever made sense. He always seemed to be incompetent. So, some little line, some little like nugget here just to help me as a reader kind of go through stuff like, oh, okay, we should be looking at His Majesty wrong. We should be looking at Geraldine like this. Geraldine's not that stupid. He'll just trade them their wheat for overpriced flour or something like that. So that's not planning an argument specific to the law when we could have it all in writing now. That one was interesting to me too. I'm like, the specifics of the law when they could have it all in writing. Is writing the laws new? The logic here is that monarchies often liked having temporary lords, because keeping a temporary lord lets the king keep promising lordship as a reward to loyalists. Ooh, okay. So if that's going to be an important world building then that comes up later, like if that's going to be a mechanic that comes up about all the lords are temporary. So I was thinking, like, is it just a weird one-off thing? That something happened to the previous lord, like the previous lord died or was murdered or something, and now they're waiting for a new lord? Well, no, it's actually until a new permanent lord arrives. This area does get a permanent lord. So do some areas have permanent lords and some areas have temporary? A group of raccoons is called a gaze because they gaze upon you. Cryptid, we watch you. We perceive you. Oh, that's scary. Our eyes gaze upon you. An entity that no one can fully know or fully understand. We seek you, our eyes gaze upon you. Please, no. I'm just gonna give you guys my little hair antenna. That's all I'm comfortable with right now. No. Okay. That's the idea. Chapter 2 follows Vale and Malin deliver a ruling to Lord Porterin, the current lord of the region. Okay, so there is a current lord of the region. Declaring him a traitor. So the mystery kind of gets unveiled there. I'm gonna highlight this. Oh, this is here. It's more like 6 pages, roughly. Chapter 1. Not bad. I think that's okay. I was gonna be like, does that feel like a good place to have a mystery introduced? And I'm like, no, I think that could work. I think that's not necessarily bad. That could work. Not good or bad. I think that's fine. A murder of crows, a cluster of crows, is called a murder because we have already decided your fate. We circle, we descend. We know where you sleep. Crows actually, if you guys make crow friends and they start hanging around your house more, they know where you are in the house. They might circle your house and look through the windows, and they remember your routines, and they know which windows to start looking at and cawing at in order to wake you the fuck up to give them more peanuts. Ask me how I fucking know. We hunt you, our wings blot out the light. Caw, motherfuckers! Wait, I thought ravens were smart. Ravens and crows are smart. Why do you think because ravens are smart that crows have to be dumb? They're both so smart. Yeah. Magpies are pretty smart too. And dear God, if Ghost doesn't act like a goddamn magpie. But yeah, we feed our local crows. If you guys were ever interested, you had to feed them unsalted. If you give them too many salty foods, it's really bad for them. So unsalted peanuts. You had to check whatever you get peanuts, because most peanuts for human consumption are salted peanuts. You had to get unsalted peanuts, and they like them in the shell. So uncooked, in the shell, unsalted peanuts, and that's how you keep them healthy. You never want to give them too much salty food or anything with too much human additives to it. It messes up their digestive system. You shall pronounce yourself a crow rodent. Ooh, huge congratulations. That's exciting. So let's see. I think introducing the mystery for the second chapter, I think that's going to be fine for what I'm currently reading. But yeah, so if this and chapter 2 is them delivering a ruling, I as a reader don't want to be too confused on what these rulings are, on what the laws are, on who these people are. Especially since, as you said later, there's going to be 2 political uprisings later. And politics normally does have to do with people in power. How does the hierarchy system work here? Do I think you need to do multiple paragraphs explaining it? No, I think that'll be too much. That's lore dump. But I do think, even here, as early as here, introducing subtle little woven in details to give us an idea of like, oh yeah, there's temporary lords, there's permanent lords. Geraldine sucks, or he's really cool, or he's smart, you know, whatever opinion we're supposed to have with Geraldine. Is there a lot of fighting between who could be lords? Is 5 years reasonable or not? Who's Lestille? Like little details. Like if you want to introduce, like I know you said that Lestille and Geraldine might not ever come up again. These aren't the main people, but to introduce concepts. So if a concept that happens later with the politics, the 2 uprisings in this mystery, is potentially, let's say, I'm just throwing out spaghetti, that there's power struggles, that competent and incompetent people are struggling for the Majesty's favor, for the King's favor. And the King might let someone who's not good at a lord be a lord because they did a favor for him or something, right? So if you want to introduce a concept like that, having a thought here of like, oh, Lestille was an actually competent temporary lord. Malin might be upset. He would have been a good permanent lord of his area. Geraldine was very power hungry, but never managed things well, right? I'm not saying this about those particular characters. I'm giving like examples. Like if there's gonna be plot dynamics later with the political stuff, with the uprisings, with the mysteries, having little hints of flavor here to introduce characters, to introduce readers to that concept. There's incompetent people, there's power hungry people, there's people who are mismanaging lands. Little ideas, little snippets. This could be a good intro to it. The design I went for is a very grounded and almost historical approach to the world building, very close to the Holy Roman Empire, but adding only mages and a few animals. Very neat. Oh, the gothic dress in Peak. I saw the picture of it. I didn't watch the video yet, but I did see it. It looked very, very cool. I think I did a little reaction to it. But also I have ADHD, so maybe I forgot to do the reaction to it. But yeah, the little dress in Peak looks super neat. I have to get good at Peak, you guys. I want to do another collab. I know I was just talking earlier that I'm going to step back from gaming a little bit because I don't think people like too much of me being like a sucky gamer and stuff. It's just not very interesting content. But low-key, I want to do another game collab. I want to do Peak again with Mash and Penny, so I gotta get good so I can impress them. Support your local crow if anyone gets that reference. We're both old. I know, like, support your local murder and support your local witch. We actually have support your local witch stickers. Oh, thanks, Hide at Heart. You like watching my game. I have. It's just hard. I wish I was a better gamer for stuff like that. That's what I'm thinking, like, oh, if I do continue games and stuff, which I would like to do, there's a nice little mental relax thing to add in for the stream. I think I would do more puzzle game stuff that I can yap at. The other thing I noticed when I do... Luna, I hear you, baby girl. Just relax. When I do games I have to focus on with time limits, Peak technically has a time limit because the fog can catch up. Things where you're fighting a lot, things where you have to lock in. Then I'm talking less to chat. And I like being able to talk and yap with you guys. And I can do that when it's the library game, when it's puzzle games, when it's murder mystery stuff. So I think I have to, like, maybe pivot a little bit into, I still want to do games, but I have to pivot what type of games I can play on stream so I can still yap with you guys. Ooh, we got a new skirt? That's exciting. People always don't stick around if they come just for the writing. Stick to gaming and you'll cultivate an audience there too. It's with the gaming audience, normally, and I say this normally, some of you guys here in the writing community, like Heinhardt would say, like, you guys still like watching me game because you guys like me, which is very nice and I appreciate it. With gaming in general, as far as like growing an audience, you kind of have to be good. You have to be like good at the game in order to really build up an audience with the game. Or you have to be really, really funny and have a great personality while you game. And like I was just explaining, like, it's really hard for me to focus both on yapping with you guys while I'm gaming, if it's like a game I had to focus on, and also I'm not always good at these type of games. And you stopping by low-key. Thanks. Hi, Young Retro. But as far as like the reading writing, that's always been my most popular streams. That's the most engaged streams. Those are the ones where you guys are talking most back with me. That's when people are showing up all the time. I normally actually am better when it's the reading and writing and when I can yap with you guys and I can kind of focus on you guys a little bit. Gaming, when it was the librarian game, when it was a few games, even then my numbers dropped a little bit. But at least I could keep yapping and people still seem to enjoy that. When it's the actual games, when it's like Peak, when it's like gaming type games, I definitely have like my lowest numbers, and it's the hardest to be engaged with you guys. And I like talking with you guys. What the Corbett were? Yeah. It's magpies, it's crows, it's ravens, and a pretty bird called Jay. Oh, therefore you're changing your title? Ooh, so you're gonna be a Jay? Are you expanding into games? I do games occasionally. It's mostly reading, writing. I want to game occasionally, like I've been doing, because it kind of gives my brain a little bit of a relaxed day. And then what I think is actually going to be my next thing after this, it's probably going to be either puzzles, drawing, or crafting. I kind of want to diversify a little bit more. But I had to set up a different computer camera system if I want to stream crafting and sewing. What does my lower half of the Cryptid model look like? I would have deer little hooves. I have hooves. I don't have feet. I have hooves. And those are also like wrapped with chains and charms and cool little trinkets and stuff and little anklets and all sorts of neat things. And then it's kind of more like black at the bottom with like the hooves, and then it's kind of the gradient up my leg back into the blue. Oh, you want octopus tentacles or a fish's tail? Uh, Hi there. The feedback for authors is literally worth its weight in gold. Oh, wow. And I really need to sleep. It's 4 a.m. Oh, thanks, Face Your Fear. And hey, I hope you have a good sleep. And hey, if you ever tune in the future, then hey, if you ever have any stuff, then feel free to submit your own stuff. We'll hang out, we'll yap about it. Hopefully, I'll say more things rather than this ADHD tangents. But let's see. What was I saying? Before I got distracted. No. Nagila still. Okay. Did I explain my point earlier? Man, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Isinoi. Yep. Outlining keys 2 right now. Ooh. Oh, I did? Okay, hopefully I explained it well. Fear has some good stuff. You guys all know each other? That's exciting. Oh my god, Fear, you have to submit your stuff in the future so we can take a readie. We can take a little look-see at it. 6 men struggled. Oh, I read that. I'm not sure the king will be happy if we give more land to the richest lord in the region. You wouldn't want the crown to look like it plays favorites, would you? He flashed a smirk. I wouldn't dare. Think of all the letters His Majesty will have to write. Milan chuckled. Yet the point stood, and so he sighed. Across from them, the men gave up on the water wheel. They had moved it less than a foot. What then? Charge him with incompetence if people die? Didn't have good sleep. Waiting on Yunsis publisher. Who's a Yunsis publisher? Wanted to introduce me to them. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. As long as he keeps paying his taxes, that's our job done. Right. So in this one, I think they're still talking about, not Lesteel, because they said, like, oh, we can't do it to Lesteel. He's already the richest lord. That'll be favoritism. So I think they're still talking about Jorlin? Jorlin? Yeah, Lord Geraldin. Geraldin. Milan nodded. The next Inquisitors would come by fall, after preparations for winter would have been finalized. Do you guys do you capitalize fall and winter? It's been too long. Oh my god, my model was glitching out there with her eyes. It's been too long. I like close both eyes, and sometimes it only closes one eye. That's so interesting. I don't remember if that's supposed to be capitalized or not. Would have been finalized. If Geraldin hadn't made any by then, there would be no lord foolish enough to make new arrangements so close to winter. Arrangements. Didn't I already say? Are you asking like my clothes? I do want a little blue deer tail. I do want a little blue deer tail, if that's what you're asking about. I'm debating if I want my model to have a skirt or if I want to wear a dress. Future, when my brain is not ignoring its circadian rhythm, where should I put my writing to be read? Oh, that's exciting, Face Your Fear. There is a Discord. Let me see here. Discord? There you go. And then in the Discord, there is a section called Story Submissions, and it will take you to a little link that's a Google form, and you just fill out the Google form. It has, you're all good, hide and heart. I know we're both busy. But yeah, there's very few rules. One of the rules is no generative AI in the work. We don't support that here. No sexy, kissy, like, kissy face is fine, but I would say nothing too sexy or smut, like no, not anything too spicy. Not that we hate anything of that here. It's just like, hey, I get too embarrassed reading it in front of you guys here, right? This model doesn't have a strong enough blush toggle for that, so no explicit sex scenes or anything. But otherwise, yeah, those kind of like the main vibes. And after you submit it, that's just being part of the pool. And then you'll keep an eye out on the Discord, and then after stream I'll sometimes upload things of like, oh, when am I going to do a next storytime critique? And then you'll claim a slot. So like today, if you look at that Discord, I posted like, oh, there's going to be 2 slots. And people claim like, oh, I want the first slot, and then what claimed I want the second slot. Don't worry, I only ship my characters. I'm sorry. Oh no. I love it, I love it. But yeah, that's kind of the vibe. Everything's there in the Discord, so no worries. Yep, and then back up what you got. Just remind me. Preparations for winter would have been finalized. If Geraldine hadn't made any by then, there would be no lord foolish enough to make new arrangements so close to winter. Geraldine hadn't made any by then. Are you talking about the taxes? That's preparations. If Geraldine hadn't made any preparations for winter, or if Geraldine hadn't made any paid taxes to make new arrangements so close to winter. I think it's about the preparations for winter. Malin had never used a cairn himself, but he still remembered the raw of his father's hands. Behind him, golden fields of wheat and barley rustled in the gentle summer breeze, heavy with the upcoming harvest. Oh, that's a new word for me, though. Let me see. Quern. We're learning something. Oh, simple old tool for grinding flour. Oh, okay, so it looks almost like a mortar and pestle type situation. Okay. Got it. And he refers back to arrangements. Yeah, I knew new arrangements and any, but I don't know if the arrangements is to pay the taxes or arrangements is to prepare for winter. Yeah, so I think there's something here. Again, I'm not a line editor, but I wonder if there's some clarity, like rewording stuff here, rephrasing it slightly for better clarity. I wasn't sure if it's like, oh, make arrangements to pay your taxes to the king, or make arrangements to prepare for winter. I was a little confused about that one. But I think it's about preparations for winter, like prepare the people in your lands, in your territories for winter. So we have heavy with the upcoming harvest. You know, I've never managed a power transition before, Vale admitted. He stared off into the distance, his gaze landing on the castle, in the distance up on the hill. Oh, distance is repeated twice. Oh, you found a dress you think I would like? Let me look it up. The Discord's not working on the desktop right now. I had to pull it up on my phone. Let's take a look-see. Is it just in chatting? Yes. It's that. I was wondering if I should have like a 2-part skirt, like a back piece that wraps over the back and a front piece that wraps over the front, so it's kind of like slits on either side of my legs to show the legs more, the deer legs more, my blue deer legs. But I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely that kind of vibe. No, it's all good. Don't be embarrassed about stuff. Dear God, I've made so many embarrassing mistakes. Our brains just go over it. That's just our brains just like sliding over it. It's hard to catch your own little mistakes like that. That's why you need a second pair of eyes. Yeah, you got my little deer legs, but they're blues. And it's more like the bottom half is more deer, with the little hooves, and then the upper half is like slowly morphing back into like the human kind of vibe. But they're little blue deer legs. And I think the fur towards the bottom of the legs would kind of match my hair color. It's gonna be like that really, really dark blue-black. Which state between Colorado or Oregon? So Colorado or Oregon, you think that has a small town and the backwood boonies. So one, we just finished Dimension 20's newer campaign, that's City Council of Darkness, and that takes place in the fictional town of Perpy, Oregon. So part of my brain's like, oh my god, do more things set in the middle of nowhere in Oregon, because it's just so funny, because that's what Dimension 20 did. But I think that's just that bias. Over the course of a month, and has basic mistakes. I have stuff that I've been working on for years, and it will still have mistakes. That's why. That's why even when like you self-edit and you get other friends to critique and edit your stuff, and then if you're doing traditional publishing, and then it goes to an agent, the agent will still sometimes have fixes. And then even if it gets picked up by a publishing house, right? If the agent gets you a publishing deal, guess the fuck what? It got approved by you after multiple edits, it got approved by the agent, it got all the stuff, then it fucking still has to go through multiple rounds of developmental line and copy edits and proofreading. It's this whole entire thing. It's typos, spelling mistakes, errors, plot holes. I think they just pop up randomly on the page sometimes. It happens. It's never anything to feel bad about. It's a great series, so that's not a jab. the City Council of Darkness, it was fantastic. I loved it. Great feedbacks to you peeps. Oh, thank you, Face Your Fear. Have a good sleep. I remember in the speaking of like silly errors and stuff, there's the short story I was telling you guys about, the Last Ballerinas. I said that funny. The Last Ballerinas, that short story I did in college. And I remember I was going back through it. I'll find it. Because it isn't always newer here, so this is a good thing to show. Actually, let me do this. I'll show it over here, though. You guys can't see all the different Google Forms I got going on. Let me... Wait. Last Ballerinas. There we go. This is just giving examples of stuff. Let me see if you guys can see everything. This is kind of it. So this is a group. Families for generations have been stuck under this dome, being tested for radiation, and how the future civilizations could survive nuclear bombing. And they're doing these testings underneath the dome, and they can't escape. And then eventually, like, oh god, like, the actual nuclear apocalypse happens. Their areas are being bombed, and the scientists can't break into the dome that everyone's been trying to escape out of for generations. People are trying to get into it. It was supposed to be kind of like a little fucked up little sci-fi bit here. That's kind of the vibe. Hi, Roots! Yeah. But when I was describing the dome earlier, I had specifically stated it wasn't glass. It looked like glass, but it wasn't glass because they couldn't break it. So I had clarified in the thing, it was not glass. It just looked like it. And then later on in the stuff, oh yeah, see? And then here in this paragraph, his two girls sat in front of the dome crisscross, their boots touching the glass material. I have this little edit here that I have here. Let me show it to you guys. I said, ho bitch brain, you literally mentioned earlier that the fucking material wasn't glass. Why are you calling it glass here? Make up your bird-brained mind. This is how I can talk to myself. You guys will never see me being this fucking rude to you guys, because that... I'm a random blue person on the internet. We do not have that level of camaraderie where I could, like, be insulting you guys, anyone else on the internet, and it to be okay like that. That's not cool. I know myself, and when I'm doing my edits and my critiques on my work, I talk to my future self. It's past self and future self for me when I'm dissecting my writing. And I'll, like, talk shit about, like, what past me did. Wall movie that moved and shifted and people had to escape. Oh, yeah. This ain't sweet. I did so many, yeah, I have, like, little comments here, like, oh, lots of long sentences back to back in this paragraph. rework for sentence structure variety, and rework some lines for better flow. I have a lot of things here, but I have some fucking hilarious ones. What did I do? I have some extra lines I want to be added in. Are you even a writer if you don't regularly tell yourself you deserve the death sentence for writing what you did? When I was a younger writer, I definitely felt like that. When I was like younger, when I was like in high school, maybe the first year or two of college, I was very much in the mindset of like I would write everything perfectly. I wanted the prose, I wanted everything from the start to read like it was a finished ready manuscript that you could like pick up out of a bookstore. I tried to write like that. And it was a huge thing over the years for me to shift from that and be comfortable writing like shitty rough drafts. Like, because most writers, have multiple books and stuff on the bookshelves and stuff who have successful writing careers, if that is what you're interested in. Not everyone is. They don't write like that. They write like what? That's why I have the weave screen here, right? They write shitty rough drafts. It's just nonsense. It's stupid. It's bad. But they need to get the ideas out. You can always make it better later. So I even have stuff like here, like, oh, intro scene as a main female character after killing the dragon covered in blood. Dragon calls her a traitor. It's revealed she is part dragon, and she stabbed him dead. Can I physically see, right? It's highlighted here. I know this is spelled wrong. I fucking misspelled revealed. Do I care about that? No, because you're just writing shit. Don't go back and edit, just write shit. Of one possessing creativity. What's that mean? Imposter syndrome? It means even if you're doing something, you still feel like you're an imposter at it. So like I'm a business owner, but I always sometimes feel like I'm not really a business owner. Like I'm not as fancy or as on top of my shit as other business owners, because like I just have like a stupid little Etsy shop. I just make silly patches. I just make like silly little merchandise. Maybe that doesn't really count as being a business owner. Stuff with like writing, like someone who can have fully published a book and gotten a contract, gotten a deal with an agency, but they still feel like, oh, how did I sneak past everyone else here? I'm not as good as all the other writers. I'm not a real author compared to the other authors that do shit. Yeah, even Heinhardt, they are a writer. They finished a manuscript. I'm reviewing their fucking manuscript. And even Heinhardt's over here like, oh, sometimes I feel like I'm not really a writer sometimes. It's you feel like an imposter. You feel like everyone's viewing you as doing this thing, and you technically are doing that thing, but there's something in your brain that's going like, oh, no, I'm not. Don't actually look at me as a writer. Don't really look at me as a business owner. Don't really look at me as like a real VTuber. I don't know what I do. Like you start downplaying what you're doing because you're not really in your brain as good as everyone else. You're an imposter. You're a fake one. You're not as good as all that. See, I don't get imposter syndrome because my stuff really does suck. Oh my fucking god, wait, okay, one, that's fucking hilarious, that was a great bat to hit me with. Two, no, you can see it's factually not true. Like, this is great so far. Like, even though I have critiques here and there, every single writing piece in the world can get critiques. Things that are bestsellers, that are historically well-known writing masterpieces can still get critiqued. 100%, that's just what happens, because a lot of critique, it's more of an art than a science. But this is generally, so far, it's great. Do I have, like, little points here and there? Yeah, because you could look at my shit. I have multiple points everywhere. And there's not a page that escaped my own critiques. In a way. No, it's just gamer brain doing gamer things. Yours fits it better. All those years and there was a word for it. Yeah, that's an actual phrase. That's you can be diagnosed. Like you can, like, it's an actual thing. It's imposter syndrome. That's not my word or anything. That's not my phrase. That's just a phrase. Is the appearance description accurate, Cryptid? Oh, Cryptid's appearance. Humanoid, skin color blue, having deer features like antlers, tails and legs. Legs have dark bluish fur matching dark blue hair. has many accessories made of bones and jewelry. Yep. Oh wait, my glow in the dark eyes. My glow in the dark yellow eyes. Don't forget that. That's also important. I also want little fangs. I want little sharp fangs. I go, Anna. And I had like little fangs poking out. It'll be cute. But otherwise, yeah. But no, like as funny of a fucking comment as that is, it's annoying. I do want you, like, on a genuine level, like, no, this is fucking great. You should be really proud of this. Hi, Roots. What you up to? Oh, do you have a minute, or are you still on your D&D stuff? Oh, I was gonna ask you to make me a pizza. Glowing yellow eyes? Question marks? Yes. Everyone says hi, Roots. They're already shuffling back away to their D&D night. So this is power transition before. You know, I've never managed a power transition before, Vale admitted. He stared off into the distance, his gaze landing on the castle up on the hill. The sun glared off its rough stone walls, interrupted only by the evenly spaced voids of the arrow slits. I wonder if that part here could be reworded for better sentence flow. Get all the nat 20s. Yeah, Roots plays D&D with their friends, and that made me super jealous, and I wanted to try and do D&D stuff. And then Brother Sandrix, I don't know how to say the last part of their username, actually invited me to their D&D thing that they do, and then I totally flubbed it up, and I never actually had the time in my schedule to play D&D, even though I wanted to, so I had to bow out of that, which I felt really bad by. But Brothers is still nice enough to show up in my chat sometimes and say hi. Hi, Chars! What was I saying? But yeah, D&D is super cool. If you guys ever get the chance to do it, it's super fun. In the meantime, I only sometimes get to watch a little bit of Dimension 20 stuff with Roots. That's how I get my D&D fix. Aren't you Roots? No, I'm Cryptid. I'm your favorite local Cryptid. The business name, if you guys look up on Etsy, what started before I was VTubing was the business, which was Cryptid Roots. And then the joke before we started streaming or VTubing and stuff was I'm Cryptid, my younger sibling who runs the business with me is Roots. Together we're Cryptid Roots. But yeah, I've always been the Cryptid half of it, they've always been the Roots half of it. So when we started streaming, I wanted to have a little persona for the business that was Cryptid, your favorite local Cryptid. And a friend designed the little PNG tuber for us first. Yeah, scheduling's the bane of D&D. Me having like 3 part-time jobs and all self-inflicted and too many cats and doing all like the crafting and sewing stuff. It's at least I'm getting the lore. Sorry, Retro. Yeah, I should do a lore video at some point. Oopsie. But I tear the sleeves off and put my patches on. That's exciting. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. But yeah, so I'm Cryptid, and my in real life younger sibling is Roots. And we're business owners together for the shop. That's Cryptid Roots, and all the social media is Cryptid Roots. But I'm just Cryptid. I'm just your little blue Cryptid. It's not exactly a common thing, is it? Just making an observation. He bounced his empty scabbard up and down on his knee. Do you think Lord Corcoran knows? Corcoran knows. Between the noise and the smoke, I guess yes. So here, there's another bit. If it was just this, just a power transition, I don't quite know what a power transition is. I get the idea, like, he just used it on that mage that in the mill that blew up. I don't quite know what it is, or if it's like super bad or a good thing that he did it. I'm thinking it's gonna explain it more as I keep reading, but because now I'm questioning this, and I'm questioning all the politics stuff and all these other characters, Lestill and Jorlin and the Majesty and everyone else, now it's kind of feeling like a little bit like, ooh, there's a lot of stuff now I'm keeping track of, and now a lot of them seem important. So now I'm getting a little bit more into that confusion realm. Vale gestured lazily at the leather tube strapped around Milan's shoulder. I meant the ruling. Paused. Have you ever killed a lord? A messenger, Kraven, flew overhead. Kraven? Is that like a bird? A man struck the collapsed water wheel with an axe before others stopped him. He argued back, gesturing at the broken sluice gate and the slowly rising water level. Milan raised an eyebrow. Why? Were you thinking of executing him yourself? About Lord Corcoran? Just wondering how it would feel, sitting in a castle all day while servants to tend to your every need. There's... Get out of here. A power transition is just removing the local authority and having to manage... Oh, I thought it was a magic thing! Oh, it was not a magic thing at all. Okay. Because we were talking about mages, and then somebody blew up. I thought it was like a magic thing they did. Okay. A power transition is just removing the local authority and having to manage the change in government. Like if the mayor had to leave and a new one had to come in, that's a power transition. Meep meep. Yeah, am I just stupid? I absolutely not. Because they're here after that place blew up. And they killed this mage, so I know there's magic here. So I'm like, oh, okay, like these people who are fighting a mage, Vale just did a cool power transition thing. Like maybe he had different magic. Maybe he called forth lightning magic and blew up the mill. Nobody look at me. Nobody look at me. Nobody... Why do you guys listen to me? I'm just stupid. Don't look at me. So, okay, still talking about the politics. If this is still about politics, then we have a couple of different aspects of politics, of temporary versus permanent lords, of the majesty, where there's something going on with the majesty here, because they kind of said it with emphasis, almost like mockery, maybe, with the king. There's different people in charge here, and now there's this idea of they're changing out, and it's something rare enough that they haven't done it before. So I do feel like, okay, we do need like a few little nuggets woven in here and there, like a sentence or two here, a sentence or two there, just lightly hinted throughout to give us a better grasp of what politics they're talking about. What's your fur pattern look like? I think it's just like a little light furs. That's towards the very end of where my hooves start, lower half of my legs, and then obviously the deer tail. Just like a little light blue. A big part of the aim of this opening I wanted was to open on violence. Oh, I don't think we've had violence yet. It's kind of the aftermath of violence, because the mage is already dead. But to immediately ground all the concerns in real mundane economic and politic concerns that would matter in real life. And I think that part of it's working. I wouldn't say it opens in violence, it's opening in the aftermath of violence, because we don't have a fight scene. It's just the aftermath of the fight scene. But yeah, we do have like a couple different words, them talking about the politics, them talking about how this is working, what they have to do. But I, as a reader, I'm getting multiple little stops here. If it was just one or two, it would be like, okay, yeah, we're probably going to be explained later. But I am like, feel like I'm missing out on a bit of it. There's a lot of different stops now. I feel like now it's leaning into the realm of confusion. I think it's just blue. I don't think I have any dots. I don't think there's any pattern in it. I think it's just short fur. I don't think there are any patterns yet. I'll have to talk about that with like an artist later, because I do other than stuff that I'm like pretty certain about, there's a lot of stuff whenever I work with artists that I actually kind of leave it up to them. I really like seeing what artists do when you kind of give them an idea and kind of let them run with it. So unless like in the future an artist is like, oh, this could be a cool pattern, this could be a cool thing, with my current interpretation, I haven't really considered a fur pattern or anything for it, because the fur is not like a huge part of it. It's just like a little hint of it. even this, like, if they've, I'm wondering, because I think you mentioned, like, they've worked together for a while, and you want them to come across as competent if they've been doing the job for a while. They kind of know each other. I don't necessarily know if they've been, I'm assuming they've worked with each other, that Vale and Milan are kind of like partners, that they've worked together throughout time. So even like him necessarily asking, like, oh, have you ever killed a lord? One of the questions I'm wondering is, wouldn't he know if the other ever killed a lord? Wouldn't that be something that's like kind of noteworthy? Why were you thinking of executing him yourself? I was just wondering how it would feel, sitting in a castle all day while servants tend to your every need. That's a spelling error. Attend manor court and fence for a bit. Feast every other day when you can find another noble to invite over. The water line had slowed down. A few men walked around aimlessly, bucket in hand and looking for anything worth dousing. You sound ready for retirement. Promotion, Vale corrected. He gave a theatrical sigh. 14 years of service and only 11 more to go. I like this part. Like, oh, you sound ready for retirement. Promotion. Like, that's really great characteristics. And then he even gives a theatrical sigh. That was kind of how I was reading Vale. He's a little bit dramatic. He's a little bit theatrical. So I'm glad that I'm kind of getting his vibe across correctly so far. I'm liking the dialogue. Don't oversell yourself now. Not to cite any precedents, but Fiorel wasn't made a scholar until he was 45. Fuck you. I hope they wait till you're 50 just for that. Yeah, they're actually really charming in their dialogue. They're very humane in their dialogue. I like it. Part of me, I think this is a good bit. This I'm not confused by, but I do have interest in, like, oh, okay, whatever they are, they eventually get to be promoted to a scholar, and then they have a more luxurious life, it seems like. Okay, so again, like, this is like a minor question, but I'm not confused by it. This just is an intriguing bit. It just catches my interest as a reader, but I'm not confused by it. Vale looked much younger when he smiled, the wrinkles masking the dryness of his skin. Milan often had to remind himself that he was only 31. Oh, I thought they were much younger. Oh. He was only 31, and that age had nothing to do with the weariness in his mind or the ache in his bones. Mind himself that he was only 31. That Vale's only 31? So let's see. So if Vale's 31, 14, that would be 5. Yeah, that would be 45. Oh, hey, thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Let me get a sippy real quick. Hi, Zatara. Right now, so yeah. But yes, so I'm saying 14. If Vale's 31, 14... Oh, only 11 more to go. 14 years of service, only 11 more to go. Okay, then yeah. So that'll be 42. But then someone else was made it's gone until at least 45. Got it. Never mind that matchup. It's me, Lynn, who's only 31. Yeah, okay, I thought I was still talking about Vale. Because we were talking about Vale the last one, like how he looks. And his wrinkles. Dihydrate sounds like a spell. Yeah, the spell is dehydration until death. He massaged his left forearm through the singed sleeve. But could you imagine being a lord? To have your own land? Vale continued. Lords don't own their land. Vale ignored the comment. To have your own servants and subjects and retainers, your own knights, a little bailiff. Milan scoffed. He glanced at the ruling. Yeah, and to have it all taken away on a whim. Vale sighed. What ruling? That's the way of the world. At least they get to eat good food. He spat out his thoroughly chewed licorice root. He replaced it with a piece of dried cheese he had left over from the journey. Across from them, the deserter's body had just finished being gathered. It was split into 3 buckets of flesh and ash, bone and stone. None of it was sorted. The rest of him was still buried in the rubble, indistinguishable. There we go. My dyslexia doesn't stop me, I swear. Indistinguishable from the debris. Oh, I just said it finished being gathered. Milan wondered whether the wolves would bother digging for it once it began to rot. Vale quietly leaned backwards, his throat bare to the world. He closed his eyes and breathed in the slightly sour air. I noted it, but I thought correcting it would make the sentence worse, and ultimately they're pretty similar in age. And I decided to just run with the lack of clarity if it didn't confuse anyone. As in, they just read past it rather than tripping on it. I do think I did trip on it. I had to, like, stop and, like, figure out. I'm like, okay, like, which one is it? And I thought it was Vale, because we were talking about Vale. So either maybe move this detail somewhere else where it will fit in more sense and make more sense of where it is, or just rephrase the sentence slightly. It is a bit of a long sentence anyway, so rephrasing it wouldn't hurt. But just rephrase it for clarity. Not a big deal. Here, like, there's a little bit of confusion here. Like, I thought they picked up all the big remnants of the deserter's body, of that mage's body. But then the rest of him was still buried in the rubble. So I'm like, oh, okay, like, how, I guess, only part of him was gathered? And it was split into 3 buckets of flesh and ash, bone and stone. The stone part gets me interested. Like, what's that part? None of it was sorted. But otherwise, I think that's a really interesting bit. And here for this last one, I think it's about Vale. But I actually, no, when it was closed his eyes, I thought it was about Vale, but it's breathed in the slightly sour air, then I think it's about Milan. So I think this one's about Milan still. So clarify this. This is another one where the pronouns got a little bit confusing. You've been cursed with the knowledge that Super Animal Royale has a jester outfit, so that's what I'm going to be grinding towards for the next week to fit your name, Cryo Jester. Oh, I get to be your background noise as you lurk? Oh, thanks so much. For me, the logic is that the body parts are indistinguishable from the debris post-explosion. So only parts of the mage were collected and the workers just gave up. Okay, if the workers just gave up, that's a little different from saying, like, oh, they finished. It has, like, slight different meanings to it. I would like rephrase instead to the others, like, gave up after crossing the workers gave up on gathering the deserter's body. What they had got was split into 3 buckets of flesh and ash, bone and stone. None of it was sorted. The rest of him they left buried in the rubble. He was too indistinguishable from the debris. Like, rephrasing it slightly, because otherwise I was like, oh wait, that's technically different than what's said later in the same paragraph. Because they said he was finished being collected. He wasn't finished, they just gave up. So I would rephrase it slightly for clarity. But otherwise, clarify again that it's Milan. He closed his eyes and breathed in the slightly sour air. I like the sour smell coming back in, because that was an interesting part earlier. I like it being mentioned again here, because that did catch my interest. I was like, ooh, what's that about? What's the big thing with this? And again, that's not confused by that. It's just an interesting bit. So I like it being mentioned here. I think this is actually a really good ending for the chapter. It feels like a nice bit. So I do like that ending. I like this ending line, I like this ending scene. Just those 2 points of clarity for rewording the sentences slightly. But yeah, as far as the scene itself of a mage has been blown up and there's rubble and they're catching their breaths, they're being healed. Close his eyes there. Vale still bare to the world. He closed his eyes. Vale closed his eyes and Vale breathed in the slightly sour air. But we're not following Vale, we're following Milin. Luna, I love you so much, baby girl. Why do you need to yowl at the sky? There's no need. It was Milin who had... Let me see. True prior satisfaction from him. This was about Milin, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, I'm just looking through stuff. Let's see. And then, yeah, so that earlier scene with the bandage and the bad smell was Milin, because now it's here. Vale flexed his own bandage head, and they were looser than Milin's. And most of the point of view is third person over Milin's shoulder. So then here, if this is suddenly Vale, it doesn't make sense, because why are we suddenly having Vale's point of view of him breathing the slightly sour air? Hi, Arya! Is the issue that the ending beat is expected to be from the point of view? Yeah, did you change? I was about to say, like, it almost reads like it's a different point of view, because everything's been third-person point of view over Milin's shoulder, right? We're kind of following along behind Milin. So was this purposeful? Did you mean to shift point of view to Vale? Was it a purposeful shift? Oh, you saw an AI-generated video, now your day is ruined? Yeah, makes sense. I'm so sorry. I took a sip from my soda can. I almost entirely spilled soda down my front. Oh my god. Why am I such a failure? I didn't realize a shifted point of view. For me, it was just another physical beat. It reads slightly like when I started the sentence with he closed his eyes, I did think it was Vale's. It was a line about Vale. But then it breathed in the slightly sour air, and I'm like, oh, never mind, it's Milin, because Milin was the one that we're following along with, that we would have those sensory details from, and who would mention the bad smell, the sour smell earlier. Not Vale, but Milin had. So yeah, this sentence does, with that later half, reads as Milin. If you want it to be Vale, I would reword it slightly. My sippy cup suggestion still stands. Fuck off. No! I'm a grown-ass adult, please, no. So it got a little bit confusing here with suddenly we're in Vale's point of view and getting sensory descriptions about what Vale's doing. I was like, wait a second. So double check it for clarity. Double check it. But otherwise, for what happens in this scene, in this chapter, I like it. I think it's a good intro to the characters. I think it's compelling. It kept my interest. Cryptid boots your story out of the world's information field. I would never do that to anybody. No. But I do feel like a lot of everything else except the politics, all the other little bits were, like, interesting. They had the intrigue, they had the mystery of, like, ooh, I'm compelled to learn more about this. I'm compelled to learn more about the mage thing, which paid off at the end, right? I'm compelled to learn more about Milin and Vale. I'm compelled to learn more about the magic here and all the other stuff. When it came to the politics, I do feel like almost everything was just in the dialogue, and I wanted a line or two of prose of non-dialogue spread throughout it, woven in throughout it, to give me a handle, a slight grip, a little baby step on what the fuck was happening. And when I booted someone's story out of the world's information field, doing so proved the Matrix is real. Oh my god, I have more power. You guys think I have much more power than I really do. I'm just a little blue cryptid, please. I'm just always struggling to turn on different computers in the post-apocalypse for you guys to get snacks from. Little, not computers, vending machines, there we go. I'm just a little blue cryptid. I'm just trying my best, though. It's not very good, but I'm trying my best, though. There's Mothman combat boots? Like boots with like Mothman on the side? That sounds cool as fuck. Okay, I'm done with that can of soda because it's not even cold anymore. Blech. Gross. Room temperature soda. I find that interesting because the magic isn't really mentioned at all either. The magic is just mentioned by calling the person a mage, and we get no details about the magic system or anything. Yeah, so that's why I was saying, like, ooh, okay, there's mages here. I'm excited to, like, learn a bit more about that. We're not in a battle. We're not necessarily in anything, but I know there's gonna be magic. There's rogue mages. There's deserters and stuff. That's what was the little ending bit here. And I'm like, ooh, we're gonna learn more about that. This isn't a scene now where we learn about it. But maybe in a future scene when we get something magic or a magic fight or how magic implements stuff in every day, we're gonna get something from it. That was a nice little tidbit. Oh, it's boots for combating Mothman. Oh, I don't want to fight Mothman. He's gonna kick my ass. You hate last names, what? Oh no. I'm not as powerful as you guys think I am. Girly Pop still hasn't realized she's a demigod reincarnated into a mortal body with no knowledge or memory of her unparalleled power. Who's that? What? Man, whoever that is, that's a crazy. How could that person forget that they were a demigod? That's insane. So glad that's not me. Oh. I'll be back later. Have a good night in case I am not. Bye, Hide and Heart! And it's Googling last names to give my main character. Oh no. Oh, look at what I can do with it. Very insightful and helpful. Yeah, I think honestly, the only thing other than like some like, oh, clarify like individual lines and sentences here, it was just giving that extra info for the politics. Like, little bits. Ooh, those little combat boots are cute. They're cute. But yeah, was there anything else you wanted to ask me about? Was there any part of my critique that was unclear? Because, dear God, I have ADHD and I'm saying things off the cuff. How do you find the style of the prose? Did it sound fine or did it have an odd tinge to it? I didn't see anything weird. I other than like, oh, when we get into the dialogue bits, I wish there was a little bit more prose every now and again to break up the dialogue. But I'm not quite sure what part you were worried that it doesn't sound like a normal fantasy novel. Everything sounded pretty good. The only critiques I had was like, oh yeah, be aware of like the he-hims being a little confusing. Oh, nothing else really threw me off. Everything seems normal. What part of it did you think was a little bit unnatural? You literally spy on us through our walls, Auntie. What are you talking about? You guys spy on me through my walls! I don't know shit about you guys. Let's see this memory white flashlight on and off. Flash. Meep. We were trying to think up some ideas for Raccoon 6 News yesterday, but we're both pretty deep in writer's block. Oh no! Oh no! But hey, it's all good. I had to finish up the next part of the library scene. So maybe do we want Raccoon Channel 6 News for our next stream? If you guys remind me, I'll try to write the next part of Raccoon Channel 6 News, if that's okay. If you guys are needing a little mental break. There's very little interiority, and it doesn't really use stresses. So those were things that I was really concerned about, especially the English stressed syllables part. English stressed syllables? What? Let's see. Maybe it's because I'm not a line editor. Hold on. Let's see. It's very... He doesn't really use stresses. We live in the... You guys live in the floors? Please, please don't let... Please don't let the floors collapse from you guys burrowing in the floors. I think I get what you mean by interiority of, like, there's not a lot of, like, oh my god, what's Milan talking about what Milan is thinking or feeling about. And that's a style. It's not right or wrong. Do I naturally want, as a writer, do I naturally want to write a little bit of what Milan's thinking or thought process and stuff every now and again? Yeah. But like you said, it's more of a stylistic choice. Just because I want to do that doesn't necessarily mean it's right or wrong. I think that's just a style choice, and if you're purposefully steering away from that, that's fine. As long... I'm not quite sure what that will help you with as far as the plot. I'm not sure why you're avoiding it, but if that's what you want to do, I think that's fine. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with the stresses. You get... So we get out of my fucking walls. It's a genuine thing. We actually do have to repair the kitchen floors. So we get the fuck out of my walls. One day when the business is doing well enough that I can afford to help Mom and Papa Cryptid with their house more. That's actually the thing I want to do. I want to repair the kitchen floors. They're bad. God damn it. Zoe fucking spiked that fucking D20. Nat 20. It's like interpretation of exactly what's wrong with the house. Oh, Ozzy's offering to help what? Ackles is currently winning right now? Like, Jensen Ackles? Like Supernatural? That actor? I think it's Jensen Ackles, right? There's a sound thing. If you didn't notice anything odd, then it's not a problem. Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, I do know, like, stresses for how you pronounce things. Where you put the stress, the emphasis, the emphasis. For anyone who's a little confused, it's like emphasis compared to emphasis. That's you putting the stress in a different way. That's why emphasis sounds wrong. Emphasis sounds correct. But I'm not necessarily noting anywhere where you did like a weird emphasis. A weird stress. You're gonna show up, tear apart the kitchen floor, exercise 100 trash pandas, refuse to elaborate, and then leave. You're gonna need to triangle. If you only exercise 100 raccoons, there's 380 raccoons. You're leaving 280 in the kitchen floor. That leaves more questions. Like, if someone shows up, comes to a place, opens up the wall, removes 100 out of 380 raccoons, but purposefully leaves 280 behind, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? So I'm not quite sure, unless you... Because sometimes when we write, like, fantasy, like, words or names, there is, population control. Listen, you're a bird on a high ground and peasants below me. Oh my god. You're just an honorary raccoon. Yeah. You can always be whatever critter you want, but you're just an honorary raccoon, so I can still say raccoons. You're just honorary raccoons. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the emphasis bit that you're worried about is. It all felt very normal. I was thinking, like, oh, is there like a fantasy word you introduced that has like a weird stress syllable? Like, instead of like mage, it's magi or something like that. Magi and something like that. Let's see. I'm a raccoon possum for Oh, you've been following me for 5 months, 14 days, 13 hours, 41 minutes, and 13. Oh, I didn't know you even went down to the seconds. Damn. That's crazy. Who needs Mage when you can have Meg? Meg. The Meg. It's crazy. But otherwise, I think that's about it, unless you have any other questions. What has been here for 8 months, 24 days, 16 hours, 35 minutes, and 47 seconds. It's more that I wrote a lot of this very evenly in its tone and actively underplayed the stresses. For example, the prose basically never ends a sentence on a stressed syllable to give the text a kind of breathy and run-on texture. I'm worried that you're focusing, you might be hyper-focusing on some things that maybe most people won't be looking at or physically able to catch, especially if most people are not reading it aloud. And maybe we're even miscommunicating it a bit. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're meaning by stresses, because for me, like the stress in a word, I would say like, oh, here, like this one ends in level. Like that L at the end, I'm like the V has a stress and the L is a stress. So I'd be like, oh, right there, level. Wait, what? Maybe I'm not quite understanding what you're trying to communicate to me. I think we're having a miscommunication here about the stresses of the words. Because for me, I'm almost thinking like syllables and like the stress, the emphasis of where you place a word. Never end a sentence on a stressed syllable. Meanwhile, people who read with suppressed subvocalization. Oh my goodness, suppressed vocalization. I'm gonna learn something new today. Suppressed subvocalism. No, it's something about K-pop. That's not what I think you're talking about. Suppressive vocalization. Okay. Force your eyes to move faster than your brain can speak. What is it? What is it? It's an internal speech you use when reading. It's the habit of saying or sounding out words in your head, or simply moving your mouth and tongue as if speaking out loud. Trying to stop this inner voice to read faster. I'm not quite sure that makes sense. Yeah, if you stop reading words out loud in your head, you can read faster. When I'm not reading out loud to you guys, I can read actually really fucking fast. I'm actually a speed reader. I read really, really fast. It was actually a problem when I was younger. As soon as I was able to read, I read really, really fast. As soon as I overcame the dyslexia, oh my god, nobody could fucking keep up with how many books I was flying through when I was just reading. But when I read out loud, yeah, I read a lot slower. Doing a little Discord stream for writing Raccoon News stuff for rewriting it. Ooh, that's exciting. Let's see. No, so when you're just reading it in your head, the question of syllables evaporates. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, oh, the idea of where to put stresses when you're just reading in your head. I'm not quite sure most people will ever pick up on that. So I'm not really quite sure if it's something to worry about. And like I said, otherwise, even reading out loud, I'm like, it reads very normally. I'm not quite sure where this worry or this emphasis on the critique of keeping an eye out for this weird writing, this unique writing. I'm like, no, it feels very normal. It feels fine. So I think you're good. Where's the fun in that? I don't know what that was in reference to. Sorry, I missed it. in Townley. But yeah, otherwise I think it's good. I wouldn't be worried about like syllable placement or emphasis placing on your words. I'd be more worried about like making sure that readers aren't getting confused about which he we're talking about, and for the story, for the politics, I want a little bit of details for the politics. The best anime live action is Rurouni Kenshin. I haven't seen that one. I have like the live action for One Piece. I really like that one. That one's been really exciting. We actually got the whole Cryptid family to watch the live action One Piece. And my thoughts go hazy when trying to get to a word. Mostly they go quiet. I'm very reactive. Any spare for speaking words? Oh, wait. So Susan, are you saying that it's more fun to read it out loud? That's how you normally do the reading, when you read it out loud? Dear God, no. I never fucking do that shit. I do that for you guys. I do that for you guys for stream, but no, when I'm just reading, like, I just want to be immersed. I think I'm actually with a Triangle, where I would be more immersed in a work, in a story, if I wasn't slowing down and I was reading it out loud and stuff. I'm more immersed. I keep better flow. I'm not as distracted when I can just like focus in and read it in my head. You haven't seen both of them. Next anime added to the list. Ooh, exciting. Looks more once I started reading them out loud or in my head, because you feel the rhythm and musicality of the sentences. That's great for you. I'm so happy you found a new way to enjoy reading and enjoy storytelling and enjoy books. And it can be a very useful tool with your own writing to make sure you're not having run-on sentences, that everything flows well. But no, I wouldn't be worried about the idea of like how to end a sentence for the entire novel on an unstressed syllable. That's don't worry about that. And it's turned off. Yeah, I think. What creative one? I don't have an AI thingy. Are you talking about the Twitch thing? The Twitch, how it automatically turned on for all like Twitch people, that it was like an AI thing processing the videos for content. Yeah, we did turn that off. And then we double checked it, because for anyone who wasn't aware, for Twitch doing that, some people were reporting that even after they turned it off, they disabled it. They went back in to double check stuff later after a day or so, and Twitch had turned it back on. So even if you disabled it, double check it, because you might need to disable it again. Yeah, I think the rhythm's great, but I'm not looking at the rhythm because of the stressed versus unstressed syllables. I'm looking at the rhythm as far as variance in sentence flow, long versus short sentence, is that type of thing. Hunting fleas in engineering. I know for like there's like different things, like for computer people, there's like explain it to the ducks. You're like a little rubber ducky. You need to like explain the computer problem to the rubber ducky, the programming thing to a rubber ducky, and then from explaining it to a rubber ducky, you'll eventually find out what the problem is. I know there's like little bits like that. It's so funny hearing about it from other people. But otherwise, I think that's it for this critique. Oh, let me get rid of my little ballerinas thing. Unless, Isnoi, if you have anything else. But otherwise, no, I really liked it. I think that was a really strong first opening chapter. Yeah, I think just giving those little nudges to help readers understand a bit more of the politics involved, since that most of that chapter is them talking about politics. All hail the Weave Weave screen! And we go back up to it, so you can see the Weave Weave. Otherwise, I think it's really strong. I've got what I want to know about. Nice! Maybe in the future you can see if you want to submit Chapter 2. I'd love to keep reading it, especially since you said Chapter 2 kind of implements the mystery aspect of it, so that'll be really fun to read. But otherwise, I hope it wasn't too scary. Sorry, I'm just not like remembering back. I'm like, oh yeah, sorry, my ADHD brain. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, this was your first thing. So hopefully that wasn't like too many critiques. I think I kind of got lost in the sauce. I think I gave more than 2 for that one, so my apologies if that was a little bit too much for a critique for your first time live critique. But otherwise, besides that, I hope it wasn't too scary. You're shivering me timbers! Oh no! I'm sorry. No, it's genuinely a very strong piece. You should be very, very proud of it. And that was a wonderful piece to read. And I hope even despite my maybe confusion or maybe me not quite understanding what some of your questions were, I hope that I still gave at least some helpful feedback and stuff, because that is a strong piece and I'm really looking forward to you working on it. But for now, I'll go ahead and delete that from the pool. So if you would like to submit chapter 2 in the future, you just have to refill out the Google form. Make sure it's the third person. Yes. I think our second person is what? Let me double check. One, I had to double check that what's still here, and then I double check that what's the second person. Discord. Let's see. Yes, what is second place? Privacy conscious. If there's something else you want to use, we can try it. I know Google Docs work, which is why I use them, but I do know, especially with Google doing a lot of AI stuff too, that some people might not like to use it. So if there's something else you want to work, you can try it. Normally I ask like, hey, if there's a difference like that, you ask me before stream so we can make sure it works. I just want to make sure it pulls up normally. In a PDF. From the world's info field. No, I don't want anyone to ever think that I'm like holding on to their work and like Cryptid's secretly spying on it and like is gonna hold on to it and like steal it in the future. Like, no, after I'm done reading it, I delete it, you guys. Like that. Going to Ellipsis or so I've heard. I know Hide and Heart and some other people, some of our other raccoons use it. I personally I don't really write too much on the computer. I write with pen and paper because I'm fucking old school and that's just the best way for me. I only write on this stuff for you guys for the writing stream in November. Yeah, the stupid Gemini pop-up. Oh my god, yeah. Comedy writers my go-to for writing stories, but for tabletop role-playing game stuff, Obsidian has been so cool. Just double check stuff, like with, I don't know specifically about Ellipsis or Obsidian. I just know that some writing programs that some of my raccoons have liked before, and I don't remember which specific ones it is, because I'm a blue brain over here, I don't remember. But sometimes there'll be a change, sometimes they'll accidentally lose all the info, sometimes there'll be an update, and then it changes stuff, so just be aware of stuff. Gonna stay for my wrath. Aw, thanks. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I know some people don't like using the Google Docs because of the AI stuff, and that's totally valid. And I'll have to start thinking of some changes in the future because of that. I just normally ask, like, oh yeah, before stream, just ask me, like, hey, double check this. Does it work okay if it's this PDF, if it's this, if it's that? So I can pull it up and make sure it works okay. You can link from sections of your notes to other sections of your notes within the notes on Obsidian. That sounds like Noteception. Oh my goodness. Gemini is an option, but isn't active if you don't want it. At least for me. It's just, I know there's a lot of skepticism with like AI scraping for Google, that like Google's like scraping all emails whenever you write in Gmail in order to do the automated, like, oh, I'll write an email for you type AI thing. It's scraping off emails. So like just Google in general having a lot of AI scraping whenever you're on that stuff. I know that's a concern. I'll have to figure out fucking shit with that in the future. You question that with modern apps, just turning them off, actually turn them off. But that's just me. Now I feel you, Ozzy It's I feel like a lot of the trust for a lot of computer corporation stuff, like computer app corporations, technology corporations, as far as like, oh, are you actually not stealing my information? Are you actually not putting my stuff into AI stuff? I feel like a lot of that trust is gone. We have all your stuff on our servers, but we don't feed it to our pet basilisk. I promise. And it's like, I don't believe you. Right? It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing. Right? I had a pinky before that. You had to pinky promise. And then you find out afterwards that there's like something in the terms and services agreement that you like click through and stuff like, oh, a pinky promise is not legally binding in a court of law. You're like, God damn it. It's so hard. It's so hard with stuff. Anyway, let me double check. Let me pull up what entry here. What's 16? This is the Fantasy of Forgotten Prince, Chapter 10. And here, oh, we have feedback. General, does the world building seem natural and not forced? Okay, so this time we're focusing on world building. That's exciting. In pacing, we're focusing on world building. Chapter 10. I did change the author in the upper right hand. What's 16? Control C. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. There we go. That's the top of the page. I think that looks nice. So we're starting chapter 10. This is 7 pages, a little bit chunkier. So I'm going to aim for at least 3 to 4 pages. Is what here? Have I seen them recently? Yes, okay. Yeah, what's that stupid Gemini pop-up? Okay, yep, what is here? So we're looking at world building. Anything in... Don't click to chapter 11. Okay, got it. Is there anything in particular you want me to look out for the world building? Like something you're like, oh yeah, this particular, does this seem natural cryptid? If not, if you just want general, like, hey, is anything with the world building jump out? One day we'll assemble the canonical WoW party. World of Warcraft party? Who's the tank? Who's the tank? What's the mage? And the priest? I don't know. Fucking hell, I'm so mad at myself for falling into that. And 7 pages. Mine is like 28. It's not a big deal. Everyone's chapters are different. I've read like easily 50 to 60 plus pages from somebody, not in one sitting. I will say if it's like a lot of pages, be aware sometimes I have to break it up a bit. Sometimes it'll be through multiple submissions from you doing it. But yeah, that's really fine. It's not a big deal. Oh, we have Ren waking up from the hangover. I think we... Do we do that? Is this the same ending as before? No. No, this is not. Okay, so I think the last chapter ended... Let me go back to chapter 9. No, actually, wait, maybe it's not censored anymore. I think chapter 9 ended with him having kissy face, some sexy times with his girl. And now they're waking up. And I censored 9. Okay, so yeah, good thing I didn't go back to it. To the previous case 1. There's multiple rituals of submission. Nah, you can just put it in. You just resubmit. Sometimes people even get like a little bit like, oh yeah, just when they do the synopsis, they'll just like put something like, oh, just continuing my fantasy world, just continuing stuff like that. You don't need to go as in depth with it unless there's something different here. Like this time, what put something different rather than general feedback? What clarified, like, oh, I want feedback on the world building. Damn it, my head hurts. And when did I... Ren said, waking up hungover. A slight knock on the door interrupted his morning sulking. For anyone here also looking at chat, remember this is the first write-through of stuff. So it's getting that plot down, it's getting what happens, who is happening, what's happening in the scene. What's happening in the scene, it's what, 16. Peduntish. It would be the second pass-through, so we're looking for more details, more expanding on stuff. So in that case, I'm not really focused on that. This one, I'm looking what asked for world building. Prince Rendalis, are you decent? The voice said. I am, Ren said, putting on his shirt. The voice? The door slowly crept open as Baroness Felisandra entered. I say that you explore what our taverns have to offer. If you will, I wish for you to join us in the garden. Us? Ren questioned. You'll see, Felisandra said with a soft giggle. Baroness Felisandra is the mom of Ren's girlfriend. I'm forgetting her name right now. Ren's girlfriend, that's the mom, right? Wayne quickly followed Felisandra out the door. Doesn't he just have his shirt on? Doesn't he have to finish getting dressed? Giving himself a little wash? Eliza, there we go. Okay, yes, this is Eliza's mom. Wayne quickly followed Felisandra out the door. As they walked through the grand hallways, Wren noticed that the Baroness seemed a little too excited for him to reach the garden. Is everything okay, my lady? Wren asked. I see that my daughter's boyish charm has rubbed off on you, Felisandra said. I wouldn't say that she... Wren froze, his eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. In the garden stood Eliza in a dazzling blue dress as she laughed with a rather royal-looking man. Felisandra quietly laughed to herself as she looked on at Wren. Aunt Felisandra, I'm so glad you can join us, the man said. Ooh, who's this hoe? He just walks out with the aura of alcohol ever present. Oh, hi, Shadow Legion. Do I read any stories on here? Not any story. There are a few rules if you need to. There is a Discord where you submit stuff. There's a little Google form on the Discord under the story submission. One of the rules is nothing generative AI. And then 2, no sex/smut scenes. Your work overall can have sex and stuff in it. It's just, I ask that you, like, what over here has sex and stuff and nudity in his. But he just censors it out. That way I can read it out loud without being too embarrassed reading out all the sexy, spicy scenes to you guys. There's like just a handful of rules. It's nothing too crazy. But the main 2 are no generative AI and no sexy scenes that are uncensored because I just read past it. But otherwise, yeah, it's rough drafts. It's fully edited stuff that you guys are looking to either start querying for an agent or start pursuing self-publication. It's at any kind of level, and then yeah, I read it and I give feedback. So don't just submit it if you just want to have the feel-good feelings of someone reading your work. Understand that it's reading it for critique, that I'll say 1 or 2 pieces of critique about it. How would you censor it? You can either, there's a few different ways. Yeah, what highlights it in black? That way I can't do it. I know some people fully just make a new document. Like if, let's say like this had a sexy scene in it here, if this just nonsense was a sex scene, they would just make a version 2 of the document that just didn't have this in it. They would just copy it out of it. Any way you want to censor it, it's fine. It's not any like big deal. Just whatever way you do it. I only say that because 1, I get embarrassed reading it to you guys, and 2, the VODs do go on YouTube later, and I know for the future sometimes YouTube will be upsetty spaghetti if there's anything inappropriate or too graphic on it, even if it is just words on the screen. Sometimes YouTube will flag stuff. So that's it. Oh yeah, see? What just did it there? So like in this case, since it's highlighted in black, it's now just the censored bar. That's how what does it. And that way he doesn't have to make like an entirely new document. But otherwise, yeah. And then when I'm done reading a chapter, when it's done, then he just goes through and he unhighlights it. Nice and easy. Simple pimple. Some people do that, some people make a new document. It's whatevers. I'm not too fussy about it. Oh my, sorry, if my model was being funny, I was just stretching. Aunt Felisandra, I'm so glad you can join us, the man said. Let me introduce you to. This is my nephew, King Dorian of Avalon. So Felisandra like way higher than I thought she was. Her nephew, so either one of her siblings' kids, her sibling has married into royalty, is a royal of Avalon. And this is Prince Rendalis of Eldoria, Felisandra said. You're the Grim Warden. Thank you for protecting my reckless cousin, Dorian said, laughing. Prince Rendalis. I'm not quite sure who's saying this line. You can just call me Ren, your majesty, Ren said. Is it Dorian? So the nephew, same age, I'm guessing, but he's actually a king. He's not just a prince, he's a king. Very interesting. The sword of Al Ghul rises from the hungover prince's throat. It is invisible to him, but is visible to women. The reason he can't find a worthy mate. Wait, what? What's this triangle? Hi, Roots. I want to turn it down. Just saying. Fuck yeah. Before I learned how to do multi-line dot. Oh, okay. So this was Dorian saying it. All good. So Ren says you can just call me Ren, your majesty. But yeah, so Eliza's cousin is a fucking king of Avalon. That's crazy. Well, Ren, we owe you a grand deal for putting an end to Cassian's reign, Dorian said. I think my uncle is fitting the bill on that one, Ren said, laughing. Should it be fitting the bill or footing the bill? Maybe it's either or. Maybe it just depends on what region you're from. However, we did find something interesting that might pique your interest, Ren, Dorian said, signaling for one of his servants. The man left and came back with a small wooden box that was etched with silver, and it rattled with each step. Ooh, scary. Boy, awful stench coming from a hungover drunk's mouth. Oh no, Ren, are you still stinky? Ren might still be stinky from being hungover. Thank you, Roots. Dorian took the box. He pulled it open from where they had broken the lock. Ren went silent. His gaze never left the contents of the box. Tears flowed from his eyes as he put his head down. Ren, is everything okay? Eliza asked. Hi, Wolfie. You think fitting the bill may be a typo? Oh, the irony. I love that. That's actually so fucking great. Do I read sci-fi? Yes, I do. I will always do the clarify. Knowing your target audience, I always want to be upfront with when I am genre aware or when I'm not necessarily super in the genre. So to clarify, I don't read a lot of sci-fi in my spare time. I mostly read, for clarity, fantasy, both young adult and adult fantasy, dystopian. I read supernatural. I read a little bit of horror, but not too much. Sometimes I just read suspense. I read horror more when I was younger and it just wasn't quite for me, but I'm pretty okay with suspense. Triangle, I'm not gonna tell them you said boots. They're gonna beat you up. Roots, when you're all done, could I also trouble you for a thing of water? I finished my soda. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, yes, I will read sci-fi on here. I will still critique your sci-fi. That's absolutely fine, 100%. But be aware when you're getting critique from people, know who you're getting critique from. So let's say I give you like some line edits or some suggestions on the plot or characterization. That's all probably going to be okay. But then let's say my little blooba mouth then says something about the spaceships being confusing, or like the time warp traveling between the stars and the planets is a lot. Be aware, hey wait, maybe I should take that with a grain of salt from this blooba person because she doesn't read a lot of sci-fi, so this might be biased against sci-fi, so I might not always give the best critique on the sci-fi elements of it. But so I normally try to avoid that. I normally like focus more things on character, plot, pacing, that kind of stuff. You misheard horror. Do I say it funny? It's horror. It's horror, right? That's how I say it. Oh man. How do we submit for feedback? There is a Discord. Here, I'll do a little linky thingamajigs for you. Discord. Yeah. And it's right there. And then there's just a few rules. You'll see them in the Discord. There's a section called Story Submissions. In the Discord. There's a little tabby on the left when you're pulling up the Discord. And it'll have just a few rules. The main two are again like no generative AI, and if your work contains sex or smut scenes, anything too spicy, just censor it out. You can either make a new document without that scene in it, or it can be just blacked out, like what does here. And either way, and then I think there's like one or two other things here. I think it's like, self-edited to the best of your ability, but something ever crazy. I mostly just asked like a best attempt at paragraphs. A Twitch staff? What's that? You said it too quick and I parsed it as I read a little bit of the other word for sun. To be fair, I actually read a lot of adult content. I read a lot of fanfics, and I'm like, Roots makes fun of me, because I'm like, oh, if it's not mature or explicit, why the fuck would I read this? I only read mature or explicit fanfics. Which is so funny. I think some people even worried, like, oh, I don't want to upset Cryptid because she doesn't like, mature content, and I'm like, no, please be aware, Cryptid loves mature content. I just don't like reading it underneath my business account in front of all, like, reading sex scenes and then reading sex scenes aloud to people on a Twitch chat. Those are two very different things. I'm okay with one of them, I'm not okay with the other. Oh my god. Reading Slippy. The raccoons are awesome. I love my my little raccoons here. Anyone here who joins the Cryptid cult, you guys are all my honorary raccoons. You can be whatever type of critter you want. You can be a little squirrel, you can be a penguin, you can be a little fox, you can be a possum. Twitch staff watches Auntie Cryptid? Where are you guys seeing that? I don't understand. But what was I saying? But yeah, you can submit your stuff. It's just not anything too mature. If there is, you just censor it out. And then we do it for critique. So be aware there will be 1 or 2 pieces of critique for all newcomers. It's never gonna be mean. It's never gonna be tearing your work apart. It's all just us as writers and storytellers trying to be better together. In order to be better storytellers, we need to get critique. But we never need to be like assholes to each other. That's not nice. Oh, from Wolfie? Oh, the badges! Oh, 5 years as Twitch staff. That's really cool. Oh my goodness. Huge congrats. 5 years. That's a lot. Look for Twitch. The second one means I'm old. So we talk about old. I talk very often here on for my Twitch chat that I'm a baby hag. So I'm in my 30s now. It's super exciting. All slots are full. Hi, Myla. Is it May and Lilies? Is that how you say it? Well, come on in. It's all good. 99% of the streams here are critique streams. So feel free just to join the Discord, and then when this stream is done, I'll update that with the next time slots. So you can like the next time slots. No big deal. Oh, hail the Ancient One, please. Please, nobody start calling me the Ancient One when you find out my age. Baby staff exist? Wow. But yeah, hello and welcome everybody. And yeah, even if you guys are new here, yes, there won't be any new people here today for this critique, but feel free to join, submit your stuff, and you can yoink it for next slot. I stream every other day, so I stream 3 to 4 times a week, so I'm here pretty often. So yeah, you guys can yoink the slot for next time. It's really exciting. You specifically write things for marketing resources. Ooh. So enjoy writing. Start writing a book in your free time. That's super exciting. Huge congrats for doing that. So the title caught my eye. Ah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm a little baby editor. I'm more of a developmental editor. For you and anyone else here new in the chat, I'm more of a developmental editor. I know a lot of writers may not be super familiar with types of editors yet. You guys might not be at that stage. But what I'm normally more aligned at is big picture stuff, character arcs, character voices, plot, pacing, plot holes. More that kind of stuff. But when I just read a couple of pages at a time from people who submit, some of those bigger picture stuff aren't always super noticeable. So sometimes I'll also give like little suggestions if I happen to see it, of line edits or copy edits, which is funny sentence structure or like typos and stuff. But again, I'm not actually a line or copy editor, so I might still miss some of the typos or wonky sentences. Can we submit story outlines though? Yes, you can. I sometimes when people submit their story outlines, like I show you guys like my shitty rough drafts, and this is how I do it for me. That little like clean it up to the best of your abilities, self-edit to the best of your abilities. For story outlines, I will do the caveat of like having stuff like this For me, unedited, for just me as a writer going through my stuff, it's fine, right? I like rewrote 3 times what my opening intro is. And that's fine for me because I kind of get it. You can get your own work. For somebody else, like a little blooba reading your work, that can be a little confusing if you restarted it 3 times if it's lack of clarity. So when you do your story outline, try to make it a little bit clear about what's happening. Maybe sentence, like, put some paragraphs, put some little dots in it, write it out a little bit more neatly. That way I can focus on, that way I can actually do the critique on your story plot rather than trying to understand what's happening in your story plot. You might just need to do a little bit more clarity for it, but that's fine. But so I'm doing a summary for a hyper rush course on everything about the world's philosophy. That's a long triangle. That's right. Anyone new here? We sometimes do Raccoon Channel 6 news. It's by raccoons for raccoons in the Cryptid Youths universe. Follow the rules of Cryptid story critiques, so no overly spicy scenes, but you can drown raccoons with and cotton candy. That's true. That's true. About the stuff about races. Oh, that would be good, Chatty Matt. Yeah, I think you have a lot of races in your sci-fi. Someone was asking about sci-fi earlier, and Chatty Matt is a good example. That's a sci-fi one that we've read a few times here, and we've done a couple critiques for. And so for that, I normally don't critique the sci-fi elements. I'm more critiquing like sentence flow and like understanding, like, hey, you introduced 3 different races here, but you haven't explained what those 3 races are. You might need to clarify some descriptor of the races. Because it is a sci-fi one that introduces a lot of different planets and races and cultures. So adding clarity about it. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah, everyone hang out. Everyone enjoy. I hope you guys are all comfy and cozy. Some guys meandering about everything in a vague sequence. That's horrible. There's free therapy for raccoons. That's right, because of the cotton candy accents that keep on happening. For anyone who doesn't know, raccoons are actually very clean and tidy. They like washing their food. And there's lots of documented incidents of raccoons trying to wash cotton candy. But of course, cotton candy dissolves in water. So then it's just the raccoons trying to wash the cotton candy and it just disappears. Do you do general feedback / opinions? I can. You can also, in the Google Forms, ask for specific stuff. So like here, normally for what? It's what who we're reading right now for their chapter 10. I'll point it out to the side a little bit so you can see it's chapter 10 that we're on. I've read all the previous chapters, by the way. They just submit consistently, and I get to read along with what's writing. Sometimes we'll ask for general feedback, and then I'll just point out general things I've noticed. Some of the stuff for what has been like pacing or world building and structure or character motivations and stuff, and I'll explain why. This one, what specifically asked for this chapter, like, oh, general and world building. Does the world building make sense? So you can ask for general feedback, or you can ask for something specific. The person before this was asking, like, oh, sentence flow. Where do I go from it being intriguing and mysterious for readers to it being confusing? And so then every time we went through a page, I was keeping track of when am I intrigued by a concept that the writer introduced, or when am I confused by a concept that the writer introduced. So you can do both. Your husband's sleeve is full of raccoon tattoos. That sounds fantastic. Yes, you can send a picture. That can be either in chatting or any of the other ones like artwork and stuff. That sounds fantastic. I love that. Used to work in a game studio, and we wrote a few quests in the past. That's super exciting. We actually have a few people here. You're not the first person to submit gaming stuff. Somebody was writing like the script for like a full like open world, hundreds of characters, romance type thing. And we were actually reading on giving critiques and feedback on the world building, character voice, stuff like that for it. So my writing is a little more not finished. It never is, but I do tend to consistently prune and develop a chapter quite fully. So really want feedback on pacing and vibes. Yeah, that's perfect. You would just write in the Google form when you submit, oh hey, here's what it is. For critique, can I have it on pacing and vibes? And that's it. That's so exciting though, full sleeve of raccoon tattoos. I love that. Do you know how to describe media channel from Discord? Yeah, I was confused about that, but people asked for it, so I put it. My pacing was extremely quick, but I've been getting better at slowing things. Genuinely, if I improved at my writing as fast as what improves on their writing, holy shit, I would be one of the most amazing writers in the entire world. I sometimes, like, I spend, like, a few submissions, like, pointing out something to what, and then like, what, you've only been here for a few months, your writing has improved so much. And then even if you take that outside, this is for your novel, it's for your multi-series, like, novel, there's multiple stories and worlds you want to cover in this world, in this universe. But then you've also submitted some scripts to us, some TV scripts, some little one-off TV scripts. Holy shit, those projects were, like, phenomenal. I was like, these are great TV scripts, this is fantastic. I think for those, I didn't even have any issues with your pacing at all for your TV scripts. I think it matched the TV show pacing perfectly. I don't think there were any critiques for that. I think most of my comments were for what? Just following the specs, like understanding what details would be in a script and what wouldn't be. It was just researching more on the style of script writing. But holy shit. Streams, pics, and chatting. Slowly becoming a cinematic universe by accident. This hour would take like 6 photos, but they're all around. Oh my god, wait, I'm gonna look at it. I can't pull up my Discord on the computer right now. It's just being wonky. I'm doing it on my phone. Oh my god, it's little black and white tattoos everywhere of different raccoons. It looks phenomenal. Oh, there's even little raccoon paws as like filler tattoos. It looks so good. This is fantastic. I love it. Oh my god. That's so fucking cool. I actually, when I get my tattoos, I want them to all be black work, all black and white. I'm super fucking excited. I have to save up more money for it. Dear God. The first one I'm gonna get actually is gonna be a little rabbit-like one, little rabbit cryptid. Yeah, you have to open the Discord now too. But yeah, if you kind of want to get a vibe of like what a critique is, then like, hey, hang on out. It's really great. But thank you so much for stopping on by. I'm really excited to read it. So yeah, after this stream is done, then I will either right after stream if I remember, or sometimes the next day, I'll then update that section in Discord. Can I work Discord? Maybe it works now? Let's see if I can get to. Oh wait, it might fucking work. It might fucking work now. Ooh, okay, let me do it. Let me do it. Story submissions. Let me show the window for everybody because we have a few new people here. Window, story submissions. This is the story submissions tab. You can kind of see it over here, right? Story submissions. This little slot right here that says time slot, it says the date and the time. This will be updated either after stream or tomorrow, and I'll have the next date for stream, and it says like slots 1, 2, and then backup. I'll sometimes do like 3 slots and backup. Sometimes when I have like a really long stream, it'll be 4 slots. If I'm feeling a little bit like my voice is being lost, I'm losing my voice, it'll just be 1 slot and backup. But I'll update the slots, and then all that you do, you can see it here, is people then write, and they'll be like, oh, I want second slot, oh, I want to be first, I'll be backup, you know, it's just like that. But yeah, it'll be updated after stream, so just keep an eye out. Normally I'll also mention in chatting after I've updated it. So if you're like, oh wait, how do I keep track of it if she just updated it? I'll mention in chatting. I'll make a little message like, oh, I updated writing critique, writing submission section. Go ahead and do it. Yeah, these are the tattoos. They look super fucking cool. If anyone was curious earlier, this was Zoe mentioning the Mothman shoes. Very cool. Lots of cool stuff. Let me pull up our writing thing again. And for all of the new people here, you can very easily tell, too, that I have ADHD. I get distracted very easily. So there will be some, like, yapping with chat, even when you're having your story submission and stuff. I'll be distracted. But I'll get there eventually. Alright, where were we? Oh, it was here. When Ren, is everything okay, Eliza asked. That's where we were at. Let me do this. I'm gonna restart my lo-fi beats. In Discord to a message I was not expecting, and now your face is red. Oh, did your girlfriend message you? Raccoon tattoos. I'm not complaining about the pig, I see, but now is not the time. So I wrote something and shared it like this. No, it's okay. Again, I think there's a lot of people here. We have all levels of writers here. We have story submissions from people who have published multiple books. They are multi-published authors, and they still submit their stuff here to get critique and feedback earlier on in the writing process. And then we have everything from someone writing their first books, people writing their first scripts for games, people writing their first TV scripts, to people who have never written before or who have never shared their writing before. And I'm their first critique ever, which is like really, I always want to say, like, you guys are really brave as fuck, because I don't think when I was a young writer I could ever get my critique live on a Twitch stream in front of other people. One, it takes a lot of guts. You guys are always really, really brave raccoons who submit your stuff, and I do take that seriously. I do really emphasize the fact that, like, I never want to tear apart your shit. It's generally like, this is the feedback I like when I've submitted stuff to people. I want stuff that I can act upon. I want specific things to work on and improve. I don't like generic advice that's like, I don't like this character, or this book is lame. That's not helpful. You can't fix that. So I always want to point out exactly why I'm saying a critique. And then what the thing would be, whether that's just, oh, rephrase this for clarity, or oh, re-put this somewhere else, move these paragraphs around for better flow, or like, hey, this character isn't working and here's why. You want them to be your main villain, but they haven't done anything mean or villainy yet. They're just a normal average Joe here in the corner saying sup. You're 6 chapters away from finishing it? What? That's so exciting. That's huge. And you're procrastinating it. It happens to all of us. Give yourself a breather. Give yourself a little pat on the back. That's huge work you've done. Let me see. What am I, Cryptid? What? Yeah, it's a huge accomplishment. What type of thing are you? What, Zoe? So Eliza asked Ren, is everything okay? Because Ren's opened up this box. We don't know what it is yet. No, it's not. That medallion belonged to a warden that I grew up with. Oh, a medallion? Was a medallion in the box? Mila was her name. She was a gentle soul. She was Mira, our physician's student. Mila would laugh and take care of our cuts and bruises in the dorms. Ren said, clutching his own medallion as he stared at Mila's broken one. Ooh, okay, I thought it was gonna be something sweet and nice. This sounds, oh no. Very, very noticeable tone shift, which isn't bad. I'm just saying this is a tone shift here. Very interesting. From what I remember, so Mira and Mila, these are 2 characters. I don't remember them being mentioned in the earlier chapters. For anyone who can't see, I'm going through the earlier tabs here. I don't remember them much, those particular names being mentioned earlier from Ren's character arc of when he was training with the Grim Wardens. I remember he had a teacher, and then he had kind of like a sister-like person he was also growing up with. But I don't think that was Mira or Mila. So we have 2 names introduced here. I think this is our first time hearing it. If they are important enough for this strong reaction from Ren, I would have maybe liked them introduced earlier on in those early Grim Warden days of Ren training. Because otherwise I'm like, wait, this is the first time I'm hearing about these 2, from what I remember. I'm not sure what the strong emotional pull is here. I think it is good that there's a strong emotional pull. Ren, so far, hasn't had any strong emotional pulls, really, even though a lot of crazy stuff has happened with him. He's been offered to be the crown prince, right? That he's supposed to be in charge of the kingdom. And he's been like, nah, and he's thrown away that document, and he walked it off. He's been in wars, he's led battles, and he's been a little bit overconfident. He's been injured afterwards, but he hasn't had a strong, like, gut punch. So I actually like the fact that we have a strong emotional tell here. Ren is feeling some big feelings about this. I think that's good, but I want more of a build-up to it for us, the readers. Mira is in one sentence, but Mila is roped in. But Mila will be in more of the early chapters in the second draft. Perfect. So then you're already on top of this. You already know it. So yeah, for as far as role bidding for Mila and Mira, I just want them mentioned more, so that way there's this payoff to this emotional gut wrench here. I think that will be good. I have a little bit of a concern with their names being a little bit very similar. It's Mila and Mira, they look very similar, they sound very similar. Sometimes I'm always like, unless it's purposeful, unless you always want us as readers to think of these two as kind of the same, to be mixed up. Because you can purposefully do that. That's absolutely valid, that for two characters to always be connected with each other and you always want the readers to think it could be either or. You can purposely do that. But if you don't necessarily want that, I would maybe consider changing at least one of their names a bit. Just depends on what you want the effect to be. So Ren was said clutching his own medallion as he stared at Mila's broken one. I named my twins May and May, random author. Yeah, same things. If it's purposeful, if there's a plot point to these twins are always mistaken for each other and they're named almost the same thing, and everyone always confuses them with each other, and that's like a plot point about a story where like they're trying to be independent from each other, they're trying to be different, but the universe and everyone else is always trying to put them together. That's a very intentional way of saying like, hey, look, here's this thing, they sound similar, but you're not supposed to group them together, right? They're fighting against that. That would be an intentional way of doing that. So I never want someone to accidentally name characters similarly, because sometimes that will bite you in the ass accidentally later. To Felisandra's surprise, Eliza had grabbed Ren tightly, hugging him. This is interesting. Felisandra was making jokes, like little jokes earlier about like, oh, like Ren and her daughter Eliza have gotten really close together. But now Felisandra's surprised by that. That's an interesting emotion. May is the name of a main character in the scriptverse. Oh, and all your different movie scripts or your TV show scripts. Got it. Things being similar is on purpose. We are supposed to kind of view them together. We're supposed to kind of be a little confused by them. Okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what this meant. Her medallion was found in the treasure room of one of the captured ships. I don't know your customs, so I cannot offer a proper burial, Dorian said, placing his hand on Ren's shoulder. Oh, so he was handing it back to Ren, not quite knowing what he had, allegedly. Dorian could also be fucking lying to us. Very interesting. Wiping the tears away. It's fine, I'll take it back to Black Rock for Mira. She should have it since Mila was her student. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely going to be confused between these two. So Mira is the one still alive. What will happen to her medallion if you don't mind me asking? Felisandra said. I think some of the... It's been a note I've made before. Some of the dialogue could sound a little bit more natural. But that's... Again, this is like the first draft. I know a lot of this stuff is going to be fixed the next draft. So I'll point it out again. But like I also know that I've mentioned before and you're going to work on it for the second draft. So I'm not going to harp on it too much. Her master will bury it. But if Mila did take on a student of her own, the medallion will be melted and reforged with the student's medallion, Ren said. Okay. So, was it Mira? She was Mira, our physician's student. Mila was the student. Okay. So Mira will bury it. Mira was the master, but if Mila took on a student of her own, the medallion will be melted and reforged with the student's medallion, Ren said. Thank you for finding this, Your Majesty, Ren said as he grabbed the box and headed back towards his room. Oh no, what a mood shift. He was going out here, Felisandra was like giggling about like him and Eliza being together. He saw Eliza, she looked pretty, and then like boom, this gut wrench of like, oh by the way, one of the other Grimwardens died. Here's the medallion. Oh man, what a tone shift. I'm wondering if this Dorian guy is going to be important later. He seems like he's being set up to be important. He's related to Eliza and Felisandre. He's a king. He's brought back this dead Grim Warden's medallion. It seems like he's being set up for something important because there's a lot of like big important stuff being connected to him. I wonder if he's going to be a good guy or a bad guy. Eliza wanted to follow him, but Felisandre grabbed her arm and shook her head. We're having a little bit of the head hopping again. We've switched point of view to Eliza instead of Ren. Give him a moment to grieve and then go to him, she said. Back to Ren. Alone, Ren slowly began to pack his things. As his gaze fell back onto the box, Gray's words filled his head. Gray was his instructor, his teacher at the Grim Warden Academy, for everyone new here. So, quote, we're having a little bit of a back in time moment here. To the normal person, we are a spectacle, a hero, an embodiment of all that is wrong in the world. To them, we are unnatural and don't belong in this world. Words repeated twice. So, Ren, even though we are faster and stronger, we are not immortal. I've seen the deaths of my master and many others that I grew up with. It's hard at first, but in time it gets easier to handle. Very interesting bit here. So, for Gray's speech here, Gray's little background speech covers kind of two topics. One, it's reminding Ren that even though they have these great powers, these great Grim Warden abilities, they're not immortal. They will die, they can die and they will die, and that his own master, this cool badass that's Gray, has seen his own master die. We'll probably see Gray die. There are other Grim Wardens that have died, and that over time it gets easier to handle. I think that point is very much in line with what has happened here, right? He's gotten my Lemura's medallion back. I think that's a great point. The first half of it seems a little bit different. It seems a little disconnected. It's talking about how, as Grim Wardens, they're othered. They're different. They are heroes, but it's also mentioning that they're unnatural, don't belong in this world. This seems a little bit different from the core message that Ren is thinking about, which is like, oh, death is going to become natural to a Grim Warden now that he's out of the academy and he's exploring outside in the world and going on these battles and interacting with the world. He has to get used to death, even from other badass Grim Wardens like himself. So I would maybe focus more on this later half of it. The first half seems a little disconnected to me. That's just my opinion, though. Maybe in the second draft, maybe that first half will be tied in a bit better. Just depends on what you're looking at for the scene for the second draft. Ren sat on the bed, pressing his head into his hands. Fuck. Sorry, Eliza, he whispered to himself. In quick haste, he grabbed his things and headed for Seros. Oh. I mean, I have Queen Artemis in book 1. In book 2 on, there's a flipping pet. There's a flipping pet jackalope Barry gets, and eventually gets called Artemisia. And yes, Barry did name the Death Bunny after Queen Artemis. I feel like that's a little bit more distinct. One, it's purposely being named after Artemis. And two, you're introducing them so far apart. One's in book 1, these others introduced in book 2. By book 2, you should already, as a reader, be very familiar with the first character from book 1. So when you introduce two samey names at the same time, in the same time period, in the same location, doing similar stuff, they're literally like master and student, teacher and student of each other. It gets very, very similar and samey. It can be a little confusing. Will you need mine today? I might not. I might get a little further with what's, but after this I am starting to feel my voice starting to fade me a little bit. These are 2 longer submissions today, so I'm not sure I'll get to the backup today, Ozzy Waldy. So I'm sorry about that, but yeah, if you need to go, if you can't wait around to see if my voice will hold out for it, that's totally fine. But yeah, just to clarify, I'm not feeling like my voice can handle getting to the backup today. See you tomorrow. See you, Ozzy Wally. Have a great night. So Ren is gonna he's leaving. He's not staying around for Eliza, which is, ooh, Ren, you're making a mistake. But also, like, I feel like this is so far been in character. Our characters can make mistakes. Our characters can do bad stuff and dumb stuff and stupid stuff. I just always want to feel in character for them to do that. I want it to be believable of them. And I do feel like this is believable for Ren. Do I like that Ren did this? No, but I think it makes sense that Ren does this. I'm almost wondering, I know this is chapter 10 for you, I think in the future this could be a good chapter ending. I think this is a good part of him leaving with all his stuff. I think that could be the end of the chapter, and then this would be the start of the next chapter. The townspeople were still reeling from their extravagant night. The drunkards stumbled through the streets. The tavern still hummed with joy and laughter. The markets bustled as if no war had ever happened. Got it. Seeing this brought a smile to Ren's face. These weren't the same people that he met months ago. As Ren approached the stables, he happened upon two young kids playing. He stood there reminiscing about the days when he and Aleste would terrorize Black Rock. That was his friend's name. Ren began to slightly laugh as the young boy fell and scraped his knee. What's my motivation speech? Do your besto. Don't be an asshole unless the other person deserves it. And the only person you can answer to is yourself, so be proud of yourself. Does that work? Is that a motivation speech? Do you guys feel motivated? Thanks, Rose. Oh my god. Is that a good everyone feel motivated. On demand. Feel motivated. Oh, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, I know. It's okay. You were too busy doing other stuff. No, wait. Since this is pizza, can I have another can of soda? Fuck yeah. Mira's 110, just a little bit. Okay, so Mira's significantly older. She should know stuff. Got it. I am wondering, because you did ask me, like, pay attention to world building, pay attention to the bigger plot stuff. I am wondering, technically, what happened in the previous chapter was Ren and Eliza had saved a little kid, and then that little kid had kind of vanished from the plot. I'm not saying, like, the kid vanished. I'm saying, like, suddenly the text stopped talking about the kid, so I don't know what happened to the kid that was just with them. And this chapter, I'm noticing it again. I'm like, ooh, I don't know what happened to that little kid they saved. Where did he go? Has he been following after Ren? Is he following after Eliza? We just had a chapter with both of them in the same scene, but I don't think you mentioned that little kid. Has he started working? Did he run off? I don't know what happened to that little kid that was with them. I feel oh, a fly! Yeah, it's the ADHD curse. You dare laugh at my brother? The young girl yelled. Oh, that's so cute. No, I'm sorry. It's just that you two reminded me of my younger years. Me and my older sister would run and play in a similar way. When one of us was to get hurt, we'd run to our good friend who would patch us up, Ren said, tying a piece of cloth around the boy's knee. Again, this is a particular place where I'm like, ooh, the dialogue feels a little unnatural. The kid despawned. That whenever I have a character that suddenly I forget about and just disappears in the text, that's what I'm gonna say instead. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, that character despawned. Things only exist when they are observed. Someone forgot to watch the kid. So I'm about that. Neither do I. You forgot about the kid too? That's so funny. So relatable. Yeah, I definitely think for make a little note of it, make a little mention for last chapter. It was about halfway through when the before the fight happened that ended the war. You lost track of the kid. We forgot to mention the kid. We don't know where he went or what's happening with him. And then for this chapter, we also don't have the kid mentioned. Told you, it despawned. I'm 100% using that in the future triangle. That's great. Yeah, it's just something to be aware of. It's one of those little plot holes, little fixes that's like, oh fuck, yeah, I did forget to mention what was happening with the kid. Just pick it up in the second draft. It's all good. Oh my god, this is really hot. I should not bite into this pizza right now. I'm gonna have a brain cell. What page are we on here? Okay, we're about halfway through 3. Got it. Better, he asked. The boy nodded his head. Thanks, mister. Same as like this stuff. Like you have Mira and Myra. Mira and Maya? Mira and Mila. There we go. And you know, for the second draft, you want them mentioned more in the beginning so that way this has emotional impact later. It's just the Milton of the story. There's so many M names. The boy nodded his head. Thanks, mister. Ren headed back to his horse, leaving the kids to their game. Don't start, Saros, Ren said as he mounted him. They rode out the main gate, only stopping to take one last look at Ironhelm. Liza, please wait for me, he murmured under his breath. This part, I'm having a little bit less of a strong reaction for Ren. I'm over here like, so he obviously knows he's leaving her and he's thinking all this stuff like, oh yeah, please wait for me. I'm like, why don't you just go and you're still here, just go and up to her and say like, hey, I gotta go, I gotta skedaddle real quick, I'll be right back, please wait for me. This part is when I'm starting to lose the believability, I'm starting to lose empathy and stuff for Ren. I think him just looking at this relic of somebody dying and feeling all these emotions and being like, shit, I gotta go, that ending, and he's heading for his horse Saros, that ending felt genuine and he's emotional and he's gone. Dragging it out here, I'm like, dude, just go talk to Eliza, you're good. This is when I start losing a little bit of believability for Ren. I'm like, dude, just go talk to Eliza, you're fine. Please wait for me, he murmured under his breath. I must return to Blackrock immediately to generate more shareholder value. Oh my god. It's been so funny. It's been, so it's so I do know that is like a shareholder type thing. It's a stonks thing. But when I first read it and I saw Blackrock, this is gonna reveal again that I'm fucking old. For anyone who did not play World of Warcraft, I think it's also World of Warcraft, but I don't fucking know. If you guys played the original like Warcraft games, and you were controlling it, there was the Blackrock clan for the is it orcs or ogres? I forget now. It's been too long. There some of the chapters, some of the sections, and I think Warcraft 3 was Black Rock and Roll. And then later on, he played like some of the same characters again, and that other chapter was called Black Rock and Roll 2. Chetty Maddie, aren't we like around the same fucking age? So I guess that is me calling you old. Oopsie, sorry. Hi, Mash, it's good to see you. Oh, the Black Rocks. Yeah, so I just remember that was the title, because one of the orc clans in Warcraft, in the Warcraft games, was the Black Rock clan. I think when you were fighting with them or fighting against them, one of the chapters in Warcraft 3 was Black Rock and Roll, and then the later chapters Black Rock and Roll 2. So that's funny. That was like where my connection went to it, but you went for the shareholder, the stonks one. Outside, okay, we switched point of view again. Outside of Ren's room, Eliza desperately paced back and forth, kicking her dress against the stone floor, racking her mind trying to figure out what to say to him. Ren, can I come? Eliza opened the door slowly, only to find an empty room. His things were gone, and a small letter rested upon the made-up bed. Ooh, okay, I don't remember him writing a letter. Interesting. Dear Eliza, my love. Ren, you're like a teenager. Ren, calm down. I must return to Blackrock immediately to return Mila to the hall. I do wish that I could have brought you along with me, but this is a sacred matter. I promise you that I will return afterwards. He already left, Eliza stammered as she backed out of the room. Eliza began to cry as she clutched the letter tightly. Why did I wait? She yelled. Is everything all right, Eliza? Felisandra asked. No, it's not. Ren, the Grim Warden, he's gone. I don't think she needs to clarify he's the Grim Warden to her mom. Her mom already knows they're kind of dating. She knows who he is. How is you, Cryptid? I'm getting a little sleepy, but I did do my exercising in the middle of the day before stream, so I was not running late to stream. I already did my exercises for today. I feel good about that. Luna is on and off yelling at the sky for some reason. How are you doing, Mash? Are we catching you on your way to the gym? On your way back from the gym? I think timeline-wise, like, you should be coming back from the gym, right? I think that's normally your schedule. Answer Felisandra question? Give my answer. Yes, answer. Yeah, see, that's a little bit wonky. We were at the hill and we just... Oh my god, she's telling her mom they had sex. She's telling her mom, Baroness Felisandra, we were at the hill and we just finished having sex and he asked me to marry him. I told him to ask again since he was still in... Oh no, Eliza said, realizing she said too much. This I do not have believability on. I'm like, girl. This has broken my suspension of disbelief. I could believe Ren being really emotional, feeling this big thing, kind of shutting himself off from Eliza and leaving, but him taking the time and looking off into the distance and being like, oh, won't she please wait for me? I'm like, that's a little emo scene, kid. I'm not quite sure I believe this. And then also Eliza having this whole moment of her being a young to-be baroness, being such a person in high political power and stuff, and just absent-mindedly saying that she had sex with this person that she's been dating and stuff out on a hill in the middle of nowhere for anyone to see and stumble upon, to her mother. I'm like, oh, I feel like Eliza's been established as like a capable and smart person. I don't quite have the suspension of disbelief that she would do something that dumb. So I feel like this scene, I'm like, I don't quite believe Eliza would do this, at least with her previous characterization. Dumps the notion of etiquette into lukewarm tea. They are, for Eliza and Ren, they are younger. They are I think they're teenagers, and Ren's just like left the Grim Warden Academy straight into war, straight into politics. He's kind of ignoring the politics. It's very much a coming of age story for Ren. Eliza, I feel like sometimes is characterized as very, very smart and capable and doing stuff, even if it's not necessarily part of, like, she is like a baron's daughter, but she was like leading troops and leading an army in her father's stead because he was too injured to lead his troops for the war. So Eliza was taking. I feel like Eliza's been characterized as very capable, very intelligent, maybe inexperienced, but I feel like she's been more experienced, at least with the world and politics, than Ren has. Ren's been stuck in the Grim Warden Academy. He's got a lot of stats over in survival and fighting and Grim Warden stuff. He's very, very cool with fighting stuff. Eliza, I feel, has been pretty capable and knowledgeable with everyday interactions and holding her own. So I'm like, I don't quite like Eliza in this scene as much. She would word in some purple prose, not say explicitly that they smashed. I think that could also be changed in the next draft. We do know that I have to say, like, oh yeah, some of the stuff could be reworded for clarity, for voice, for the dialogue later. That I think there should be a pass for the dialogue for the next draft to make it sound more in character. Fun facts: raccoons can hear 2 times better than humans. Is that why you guys know all my fucking secrets? God damn, that explains so much. Well, I'm taking a bite of pizza. Oh. That was really burnt pizza, hold on. I love it so much, but it was really crunchy. All the charcoal got stuck in my throat. Eliza Brookhart, young lady, should not be engaging in those activities with someone who isn't your husband, Felisandra exclaimed. So again, we we have this reaction, which I think makes sense for Alessandra, but also if Alessandra is the current Baroness, and she is this lady of etiquette, and she does have a brother, she has some sibling that's a queen of a neighboring kingdom. This is somebody who has status and has connections. Her nephew is a king of a neighboring kingdom. Alessandra is fully in politics then, as far as I'm aware as a reader. She has relatives who are ruling a neighboring kingdom. She is a baroness of her own stuff. Her daughter is hanging out and dating Ren, who is technically the prince of their own kingdom. Alessandra's in politics. She's a political person. I even feel like Alessandra would have the common sense then to not yell within ear range of any servant, anyone else, any of the soldiers and stuff that are drinking around having the festivities, anyone else in this household could then hear that her daughter's having unprotected sex before marriage. Her unwed daughter's having sexual intercourse with somebody. That seems like it would be the drama. I would almost think like, oh fuck, like she might yell her name, but then it's the immediate whisper, immediate looking around like, who the fuck knows this? Nobody can know this. Because I feel like Alessandra should also be potentially aware. If she is supposed to be very politically unaware, I think that should be characterized earlier too. If she's just completely dumb and making rookie mistakes like that. I was watching at the time. Oh, okay. This would be going to a private place and Eliza would be completely demolished in a calm and collected manner. Instantly finding all the teas and herbal remedies to make sure she is not pregnant. Right, like instantly everything. Like you are having 20 cups of this tea to make sure you are not pregnant, child. You are not married. You cannot have this scandal. Mom, I was going to say yes. Okay, please, can we just forget about the how and focus on the part about my fiance leaving? Eliza said. Very modern, son, very modern. No, we may not. I am eating a burnt pizza right now. Hold on, I love it so much. Hold on. Ah. It's tasty as fuck. It has extra flavor. The burnt is flavor. What are you talking about? Why? The charcoal is the best flavor. Pepperoni and charcoal? It's the best combo there could be. Or is this in reference to me? to me, eating bad food after I exercised and was healthy today. Charcoal flavored crust, 100%. You're in no place to judge. What are you eating? What are you eating? Mash, what are you eating? Mash, what are you eating? Tell me right now. Tell me right now. What are you eating? Cryptid the Bone Eater. Cryptid the Coal Eater. Are all my cool titles just in reference to dumb shit that I eat? Chocolate flavored rice. Do you eat burnt rice? Oh, I could not do that. That texture would be off. 4 boiled eggs, 2 sunny side eggs. That's 6 eggs. That's so many eggs. And 1 cup noodle. I don't want to hear shit from 1 cup noodle boy. I don't want to hear shit. One cup noodle boy having opinions on what I'm eating. Ah. So then, Alessandra is going to be talking about the etiquette of a woman of certain nobility must maintain. There's a certain etiquette that you as a woman of nobility must maintain. I wasn't given the same courtesy that you have. My marriage to your father was arranged, and it took me some time to really understand him as a person, before I truly fell in love with him, Alessandra explained. Eliza let out a loud sigh and pressed her head into her knees, trying to drown out her mother's words. Eliza, you bitch! Mash is on his way to become Gaston? Oh, you have so many more eggs to eat then, buddy. I'm so sorry. You want to be Gaston levels? Gaston was eating like, I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get strong. Now that I'm a large, I eat 5 dozen eggs. So I'm roughly the size of a barge. You're not even at a dozen. You're at half a dozen eggs. You're at 6 eggs. That's half a dozen eggs. You are nowhere near Gaston levels. You have to get some chickens right now, Mash. Otherwise your egg budget is gonna be phenomenal. Get some chickens. 100%. It's okay. Gift me some chickens because I want to raise some chickens. And anyway, why are you doing that? You just keep some chickens for yourself. Get all those eggs because, dear God. You don't want to hear it from me? Listen, they're saying you're trying to be Gaston over here. And I'm saying if you want to be Gaston, you need multiple dozens more eggs every morning. Every morning. You need to have so many more eggs. A dozen is 12. Yeah, so he's having half a dozen. He's having 6. That's half a dozen eggs. But Gaston was having like 4 or 5 dozen eggs. That is so many more dozens of eggs. I mean, not getting smashed isn't even etiquette. It's comedies. Triangle's fucking calling shots on Liza and Fred. Beauty and the Beast off the dome. How many times have you seen it? I'm really good when it's like a rhyming thing, when it's a song. I'm pretty good at remembering most of the details for it. You're eating 6 now. It doesn't account for my breakfast and lunch. You love your highboard romance. I love you so much, Triangle. I love you too, Mash. I love my little loser nerds. I love you guys so much. I say it affectionately. Said affectionately, 100%. I watched Beauty and the Beast a lot as a kid. Like I said, when I was a baby cryptid, that Belle was my favorite princess of the classic Disney princesses. She was my favorite because she was the quote-unquote smart book nerd one. So she was my favorite for a while. Until, of course, the true favorite, the overall favorite princess, which is, of course, Mulan. She has the highest kill count. I love her so much. What an amazing one. Oh. I feel like Felisandra here was setting up for if this scene was expanded upon, if you wanted to keep this scene and expand it, what could have been a truly like heart-to-heart, really emotional moment with Eliza of saying like, hey, it worked out for me and your father, you see that, but really it was scary. Being married as a noble woman is scary. You have arranged marriages, you have no idea what the fuck is gonna happen. You have an advantage here that I myself didn't have. We were gonna allow you to choose your suitor. We did not have an arranged marriage from you since birth. That could have been a really like strong heart-to-heart moment here between Eliza and her mother, Felisandra, that I think could have given a lot of character to Felisandra. But then any of that possibility was like immediately crushed by Eliza just like acting like a modern day dramatic teen and be like, oh, my mom's talking. Oh no, my mom's so stupid and dumb. A lot of women and stuff, and I know this from me with Mama Cryptid, right? Like, you can have a lot of things that you're like, oh no, my parents talking. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm a cool teen. What they're saying doesn't apply to me. Blah, blah, blah. You can have a lot of moments like that, but there are genuine like, oh shit, this is like an actual deep conversation. This is like a pay attention, lock-in moment. And as far as like daughter to mother, this would be like a very genuine moment of talking about something very deep and intimate and scary and very genuine that I think could have been expanded on. If you wanted to have this scene, I would maybe suggest pivoting that way, because this changes Eliza's character a little bit. It makes her feel almost too modern, and it kind of again dumbs her down a little bit. I think this could be such a cool moment between Eliza and Melisandre if you expanded on it and made it that really deep moment of a baroness talking to her daughter who could be a future baroness, and if she marries Ren, could be potentially a future queen, could actually be of more noble, higher status than her mother, has more weight on her shoulders, has higher pressure on her shoulders, and being very genuine, like woman to woman, just talking about what do these political marriages mean, what is this about, what happens as a young woman when you're in this situation. I think it could be a really cool moment. But in its current form, I almost wish it was cut, if it's just to show Eliza like moaning and whining and kicking her feet like a modern day kid, and having this slightly unrealistic thing of them yelling about her having sex before she's wed, and spilling the beans to her mom. I'm like, it's not really doing them too much of a good service. I think the earlier ending with Ren just leaving, I feel like that was a really strong ending. And everything after this, I'm like, it's not quite compelling. I'm getting more like, oh, this doesn't quite feel like the characters, like they've been portrayed earlier. Let's see. Now we changed again, we're back to Ren. So I think, again, this would be, if there is this moment between mother and daughter, this would be their own chapter. And then now here, Ren arriving at Blackrock would be, again, another chapter. Because now we're back to Ren and there's been a time jump. Oh, wait. Let's see. I did eat a count of 6 eggs right now, a total of 23 eggs! But I indicate how many more eggs was used in the egg salad mix my parents dropped off to me. So that's 2 dozen eggs. So you're catching up. Okay, that's respectable. That's respectable if you want to be Gaston levels. That's 2 dozen eggs. But Gaston, when he was a lad, he was eating 4 dozen eggs. So you still gotta double what you're doing to be like baby Gaston levels. Cute stuff into the frigid frame of noble etiquette is ungodly hard. Start beginning where it is a terrible storm is coming and people had to get inside to a building because of the terrible weather. There's a terrible storm coming. What about in the middle of the storm? I'm over here. I'm too Florida for this. I'm like, no, you just hang out. You just have a hurricane party. What are you talking about? Oh. You keep watching your shows until you lose power. You charge your phones until you lose power. What are you talking about? But then again, I'm biased as a Florida person. So we're on the 4th page. We're starting a next scene. I think I'm going to read a little bit of this, and that's what I'll call like a good stopping point for this. You're going to be making more food? Oh my goodness. What food are you making? As for Ren, he had finally arrived at the gates of Blackrock. Halt! Medallion, the Grim Warden asked. So this is interesting. I would say maybe switched around to the gate person, the guards person, what's that? Because technically, Ren's also a Grim Warden. They're all Grim Wardens here, except for like maybe like 1 or 2 people. I forget. So saying the Grim Warden for this other random NPC character doesn't quite give us too much information. So I would do some other title here. Is Mira around? Ren asked, showing the man his medallion. Are you wounded? The man said, looking over Ren. No, I'm fine, but there is something that she needs to see. Red said somberly as he pointed to the box. There should be quotation marks here. Oh. Open the gates! And sound the vermil horn, the man yelled. Well, I wonder what the vermil horn is. The gates drew open as a loud horn sounded. Every warden stopped what they were doing to see who was coming through the gate. They watched as Ren slowly came through, without a body on the back of his horse. Some of them put their heads down as others wept. So they're like does the vermil horn let them know that somebody has died, that a Grim Warden has died? There's more noodles. It's a lazy kind of night. I feel ya. I didn't even make my own food. Roots was nice enough to make it for me. Blackrock gatekeeper who doesn't allow you to buy shares if you're not in the club. Oh my god. It's insider trading, isn't it? Okay, so yeah, the Vermal Horn is what lets them know. Mira sauntered away out of her clinic. Is there any wounded among the dead? Ren, what happened? Mira asked, fearing the worst. I'm sorry, Mira. I'm so sorry. It's Mila, Ren said, fighting back the tears. I think I'm going to pause it there, and then we can get into her reaction next time. But yeah, I'm definitely noticing like at least 3 separate chapters in this one chapter that's called Chapter 10. Objection head hopping? Oh wait, where? Oh, Mira asked, fearing the worst. You're right, that is head hopping. Good catch. Good catch, Triangle. Yeah, there is a couple bits of head hopping. I would say for the second draft to be aware of that, to be very purposeful on which chapter's point of view you're starting at, and be consistent in staying in that. I almost wonder if you did want to have, it wouldn't actually be a bad idea to play with starting a chapter from, because I know you do want to have a couple different point of views in this. I'm like, ooh, if Mira is going to be a more important character both in the beginning and now going forward, like, ooh, a chapter that's actually from Mira's point of view and showing Mira with Ren coming back with Mila's medallion, that could be an interesting chapter. That could be neat. Something to play around with, that possibility. Oh, thanks for the 3-stream streak. Hi, Shadow Alpha. They read my mind and somehow knew I need to clean something that I knew I needed to do dishes. Oh my god, yeah, it's crazy. Zoe called earlier, fucking poked it out of the park, calling out, they're like, oh yeah, the raccoons are underneath your kitchen floor. You need to repair your kitchen floor, by the way. And I'm like, holy shit, how'd you know we actually need to repair our kitchen floor? What could be meat? Oh, did I say meat? I meant neat. Like N-E-A-T. Neat. It could be neat. Did I say meat? Did I say it that way? I'm so sorry. I meant it could be neat. Be a neat idea to play with the idea of the point of view of this chapter being Mira and seeing Ren, and then Ren revealing the news to her of like, oh yeah, by the way, Mila's fucking dead. Here's her medallion. You're still hearing meat? Meat is with an M. I'm saying neat. Neat with an N. But she's mostly a side character. Yeah, it's just an idea. Just like play with it. Again, it's not, that one's not a critique. That's not like, oh, you should do that. That's just like, hey, wouldn't it be a neat? Think about it in the back of your head. See if it's a tasty bit or not. See if it's tasty meat or what. Since apparently I'm saying meat all the time now. Dear God. Maybe it's an accent thing? Do I just have a funny accent to you guys? Every time I try to emphasize the N, you make it sound more like M. It's like Millie and Nilly. Yeah, it's an accent thing? Is it the Florida accent or is it the Massachusetts accent? Oh no. Which one is it? Now I'm feeling so self-conscious. Anyway, yeah, sorry. I meant to say it's neat. Neat. Mash agrees too? My Emina is very close sounding. How does everyone else say it? Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hi, brothers. Hello, hello. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, I just misspelled that. Hold on. There we go. Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hi, brothers. Were you doing anything fun? No, Zoe. This is great. Brothers is a great cryptid friend. He's not a cryptid hunter. She has 40-something years on Gray. Okay, so Mira is significantly older than, she's older than I thought she was. Neat, okay. Hello, hello. It's the Florida accent? Okay, Raiders, everyone come on in. Everyone's making fun of my accent right now. Everyone's saying they can't fucking tell what I'm saying. Hold on. Oh. You guys can tell what I'm saying, right? You guys understand me. The way I pronounce it is very similar. How do people say it so differently? I'm gonna be looking this up after stream. I'm gonna be looking up how do other people pronounce meat versus meat? Because even my mouth is like forming the different shapes. I'm like, no, I'm like very much emphasizing the difference. I killed a player. That's so exciting! Huge congrats! Did they cry? Did they cry afterwards? That's so cool. In Boston, you can tell when it's an MRN. Okay, so it's not my Boston accent slipping through. I am the player. I fucking know. One, that's a terrible username. Did you cry? Was it sad? Was it traumatic? Gray's in his 60s, but looks like he's in his early 40s because of Grimoire and stuff. Bulmira is 110, but looks like she's 65. Ooh, okay, very neat stuff. He chose to not get resurrected? Thumb, what? Were you gonna design a new cooler character? Was that why? You open your mouth for neat. Yeah, neat. And touch your lips for meat. Meat, and neat. Those are different. I'm saying it differently. My mouth is very different. It's very purposely. I'm very much exaggerating what I'm doing. I'm very much saying this differently. Meat. Those are two different words. I'm saying it. I don't know why you guys can't understand it. I think this is you. I think I'm perfect. I'm perfect. I'm saying these words perfectly. You guys just need better ears. That's my case, and I'm sticking with it. There we go. Oh, wait, so you could tell at that time? Oh my goodness. Hello, and welcome on in, Raiders. When you do it, the following vowel comes out a touch differently. No, the vowels shouldn't be different. The vowels are the same. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. You guys have come in at an interesting time because my raccoons here, my chat is pointing out that I have an accent. They're pointing out an accent bit that apparently I say neat. Let me go to a darker thing. Apparently I'm saying neat. Hold on. Neat versus meat. This is what we're talking about right now. This is underline it. This is what we're talking about. Can you guys tell? New Raiders. Oh, you're having a great time meeting. Oh, thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Were you guys doing anything fun? What were you guys up to? We had brothers earlier who raided, and they, in their D&D campaign, got to kill a player. Were you guys doing anything fun, reading or writing-wise? What was your stream about? Well, everybody has an accent. What we really mean is how much we stray from the neutral American accent. Yes, so for anyone new here, hi, I'm Cryptid. I was born a Massachusetts Cryptid outside of Boston, but I spent most of my life here in Central Florida. So most of the time when you hear me talking, this is a normal Central Floridian accent that most of the time people don't struggle with. But every now and again, if I talk faster, some of the Boston accent slips out. But now chat's saying it's not a Boston accent. It's saying that's the Florida accent. The N and the M sound similar. You guys can't tell which one I'm saying all the time. So can you guys hear it? Is it neat, versus meat. Does that sound different to you guys? I'll have the neat meat screen now. No tricks. I do a weekly writing prompt with your community. Oh, that sounds so cool. Showcase people's work and then give feedback if they like. Then I do some writing of my own. Today I wrote poetry. Poetry is such a completely different battle than normal prose writing, normal novel writing, I guess I should say. Super cool that you can do both. That's fantastic. How do you say, is it Bronsua? You're also a VTuber. That's so neat. So yeah, I love that. So we do normally do story critiques. What was our second person today? We were going through their chapter 10. and doing critiques and feedback. And I'm a little baby developmental editor, Cryptid. So sometimes I'll read your guys' stuff and I give little critiques and feedback. Yeah, the Boston accent does come through when I get mad. Nobody talk about it. Nobody talk about it. Meat versus meat sounds fine to me. I did hear the Northeast accent when you said Florida and normal. That was making me lose my mind. How do I say Florida with a Northern accent? Wait, what? My name is Francois. Okay. Some people say it sounds like the French word bonsoir? 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 Oh wait, now I'm just saying it correctly because you guys bullied me into it. Okay, wait, how did I say it before? It was like neat and meat. Neat meat. Neat meat. Not the French. I'm saying it the same way. I swear I'm saying it the same way. Neat meat. Neat meat. It's the same way. That's how I said it before, right? And I say Florida. I think Southerners, sometimes, if you're like really, really South, if you're like really Southern, you say, what is it? You say Florida. Florida. No, Florida. Florida. I think sometimes they say it like 2 syllables. Florida. Florida. I think sometimes that happens with the South. They say it slower and it's 2 syllables rather than 3. Florida. They say Florida. Florida. I think that's since if you have like a real Southern drawl, but I don't have a Southern drawl. It happens when I'm excited too. I have my Boston accent. Oh my god, that's so interesting. Most of my exes and stuff say that they can never hear it unless I'm mad. No one's ever really said I've had it when I'm like super excited. Florida. Florida. Yeah, I think some people say Florida. I think I say Florida. I do say the 3 syllables. Boston versus Boston. Like I did the second one, did it? Nobody look at me! Yeah, you have your Scottish slash some Scottish accent in Texas. So your exes weren't too exciting compared to streaming. Well, listen, you're not wrong. I mean, like, don't call me out on it, but you're not wrong. You know, another person from there, so you're used to hearing. It's so... Oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid Cult. And hey, if you do a lot of writing and stuff, feel free to submit your stuff in the future, too. I love reading everyone's stories and stuff and giving critiques and feedback. I think that's really a great part of how we become better storytellers. Is not just getting, like, kind of, unhelpful feedback and advice. Like, oh, I like this, or, oh... this wasn't cool, or this was neat. That doesn't give us factual advice on what we did that was well in our storytelling craft and what we did that could be improved on. And I really try to point at things and explain, why did I disconnect from this? Why did I feel this way about this character? What part of the sentence could be better? You're a jack of all trades type of writer. Super neat. So let me know what you'd like to see sometime. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, go ahead and if you're ever interested in getting critique or feedback on stuff, then yeah, there's a little Discord community. I'm so thrilled. I'm so cool to see another VTuber too that I can give critique for. Heidenheart, who's our mod, is also a VTuber, and I'm actually doing a light developmental edit slash some custom stuff for them for their manuscript. And then sometimes you also see Penny VT in here as well. And I got to critique some of their stuff one time. I'm waiting on them to submit more stuff. I gotta poke Penny for more of their writing. Very neat. We're normal and angry, and I have an Irish accent when scared. Oh, I'm also a jack of all trades. I don't trade jack. When someone calls soda pop, it's just an ick to you? It's a full ick? It's different for me, but I get it. It's not like a bad thing. I do know what's some of the other things I have with the Boston accent. Now because Francois said it, I'm over here. I'm like, oh yeah, I do say B-A-W, Boston, rather than how would you say it without the accent? Boston? Boston. Boston. Like B-O-H. Boston. I said Boston. New ick unlocked. Oh, wait, do we have more stuff from Raccoon Channel 6 News from Zoe? In the dark tavern of Hollow Webs, Archie, no, the collector, sits on the stool drinking Dr. Stinker. That's the Skunks and the Raccoons version of Dr. Pepper for anyone. It's a Dr. Stinker. Waiting for someone, they wait and wait till the tavern door opens and Mothman appears, slowly walking to the collector. Well, hey there, collector. I've got a bit of a special request for you. I'm gonna need you to go on and collect a cryptid for me. Oh, spooky. Rest of the swamp. Oh, the shadow's instantly out. You gotta smell the bees. Oh my god. But yeah, that's some of the funny stuff. We need some new people. I could keep reading a little bit more of what, since we have some new people here, some new raccoons in chat, trying to see maybe what a critique looks like. Does that sound good for you? What? We could keep reading. Let me take a sip real quick. So let's see. We do have Ren now going to Mira, announcing that Mila, very similar name still, is a dead Grim Warden. That he's just delivering this news to her. Let me take a bite real quick. Oh. Have a wonderful night, Hidden Heart. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna lock in for September. I'm hoping end of September is when I'll finish your manuscript. I'm really excited. You know about Paul reveal the raccoon news thing? And it said, fighting back the tears. Mira let out a loud wail as she fell to her knees. Ren. Oh, that's an interesting mix-up with the words. If I was just reading it like in my head, I wouldn't have noticed it. But because I read it out loud, I do stumble with it. Ren ran to her, trying his best to comfort Mira. How did it happen? Mira asked. For any of the new raccoons here, for anyone from the raids, this is a first draft of a novel manuscript. We're in chapter 10, but I think when everything goes through its second edit and it's split up more, I actually think it's going to be more like multiple of the chapters I actually think could be split up into more chapters. So this is chapter 10. So far I've already pulled like 3 separate chapters in it when I will be going through its second edit and be revised more. In this particular edit, what has asked us to look at world building, believability, and then some general feedback. So we had some feedback for some of the characters earlier, sometimes acting a little bit out of character, especially for their stations in life, how they would probably act instead, especially in comparison to earlier characterizations of them in the story. So I'm trying to keep an idea of, do the characters in this first draft acting the way that they should with the information they have. Sorry for misspelling last name. No, it's okay. I got the reference you were doing. How did it happen? Mira asked. I don't know. The Avalon sailors found it in a captured vessel, Ren said, handing Mira the box. This has Mila's Grim Warden medallion in it, which indicates that she is deceased. Is the man who's responsible for this dead? Mira asked, eyes full of tears as she looked for a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He is. I took Cassian's head myself. Ending the war for Ironhelm, Ren said. That's interesting. So yeah, Ren did fight and kill the head of the army. Oh hey, thank you so much. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. He did fight the leader of the enemy army. But I'm not sure if it's indicated that that specific person, the leader of that army, would have been who killed Mila. Mila could have been killed by anyone on that side of the army, right? Any soldier on that side of the army who could have bested her. It could even have been like 20 of those soldiers fighting her, because she was a Grim Warden. She was supposed to be super cool and powerful and badass. So I'm not sure if that specific person, but yeah, the enemy head was killed, but I'm not sure that exact person. If it was Cassian himself killed Mila, I think there has to be some earlier indication that he mentioned, like, oh yeah, I've already killed one Grim Warden, and he does some reference to having killed her. Paul Revere, Zoe, it's like a American history stuff. Who said the British are coming, right? That bit, that's the reference. Taking a bit of pie of my pizza. Hold on. Mira doubled over, clutching the box even tighter as she cried harder than before. A large hand graced Ren's shoulder. "You traveled a long way to bestow this honor. So kid, go get some grub and a bath. I'll take care of her." Thorsten said, picking Mira up. It's been a hot minute. Do we know Thorsten? I'm not quite sure. It sounds familiar, but I could also be making that up. He hummed a somber Vampirian tune as he carried her back to the clinic. Ren wiped his tears as they slowly walked to the baths. With each step Ren took, he threw a piece of his gear off. Alone at the edge of the pool, he finally let himself break fully. He let out a howl of emotions before allowing himself to fall into the warm water. There he floated, thinking about his life and actions, letting out curses of ifs. Not quite sure that makes sense. Maybe that's a typo. I feel when this gets expanded upon, for more of the details and the sensory things and the pacing, I feel like Ren having that talk with Mira, and then somebody else stepping in and taking Mira away. I feel like that's a very, very good spot to pause it on, to maybe end the chapter on. Some of this later stuff as he's walking to the pool and screaming to himself, I'm like, maybe this is detracting from this, I'm being pulled away from that emotional ending. So I'm looking to see if there's another thing that's going to come up that makes this pool scene worth it. That's what I'm keeping an eye out for. "Oh, I never properly thanked you for bringing my Mila back," Mira said, sitting at the edge. Oh, okay, so he's been in the pool for a while, and now Mira's back. She had her cry fit, Ren's had his cry fit. Mira's now here in the pool with him, saying thank you. Oh, wow. Okay, this has been a very quick thing for them. So Mira then continues, "She was the closest thing I will ever have to a child. At times I did wish that I was her birth mother." Can we even have children, Ren asked. I feel like Ren, since he grew up with the Grim Wardens, he spent most of his life with the Grim Wardens. He came here when he was really little. I feel like Ren should already maybe know this. I feel like this should maybe already been a question he's asked at some point, or that Gray mentioned to him at some point. In which case, I think we could just have the pros here mention the fact if Grim Wardens can or cannot have biological children. This seems a little bit like, I feel like Ren should know this. "You really are his child," Mira said, laughing through her tears. "Yes, it is possible, but there is a chance that the process does leave you barren, as it did for me." Gray knows this firsthand. I'm surprised he never told you. Then again, it is Gray. Oh, hey, thanks so much for the follow. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. Gray has children? Renaldi sat up. Oh, wait, what? As it did for me. So, Mira cannot have biological children. Gray knows this firsthand. Surprised he never told you. Then again, it is Gray. So, here it's making it sound a bit more like he knows firsthand either that he can or cannot have children. So Ren's saying instantly, Gray has children? I'm like, it doesn't technically say that. You're jumping a little bit to conclusions. Oh, once even prove that, the next thing she says is, no, but there is a time when he considered it. After the ceremony, come to the clinic so I can change your bandages, Mira said, standing up to leave. Yeah, and then the next scene we're going somewhere else. We've done another jump for the next bit. So I feel in comparison between these two scenes, I feel Ren coming here very somber, back to Blackrock, talking with the Grim Warden at the gate, having to explain that Mila's dead to Mira, seeing her collapse. That's a very emotional, impactful scene. I think this is the most emotional we've seen Ren up until this point in the book. And Ren's gone through some shit. Ren's gone through some horrible, traumatic shit, and he's brushed it off very easily in comparison. Gray is great at combat, but is terrible teaching when it comes to everything else. Even in general, like him just talking with the other Grim Wardens, just knowing the culture, talking with other people, other adults, I just feel like it's an unnecessary thing compared to him just knowing stuff. I'm a very big proponent of your characters can know things. They know the world that they grow up in. Some things can be a little unclear to them, but they generally have a vibe. They're generally knowledgeable and capable enough to go into the world and know some shit. Unless there's a reason for why they don't. And I feel like Ren could know this, because most of that pool scene, instead of being this very therapeutic scene afterwards of this big trauma of announcing to somebody that her basically child has died, her adopted child, Grim Warden, has died, has been murdered in a war. This now pool scene afterwards, rather than being emotionally like calming and getting, it's now just switched to an excuse to reveal this lore that Grim Wardens can't have children easily, if at all. When I'm like, that doesn't quite feel like a good enough thing. That's something that one Ren could just know, and then it feels a little bit disconnected from the emotional stuff earlier. I almost wish that there was this emotional connection through it, or that the scene was just cut. This doesn't quite sound in relation to what happened earlier. Sounds like PCOS? New name? Oh, is that true? Did the PCOS get a new name? PCOM? What's that in reference to? We were worried for so long. I think what's been established is I more than likely, as a cryptid, just have endometriosis. But we were worried for a while, like, there's endometriosis thing, and there's this PCOS thing. Both of them could be explaining some symptoms I have. Which one is it? I think we settled on it's probably just endometriosis, but I know of a little bit PCOS. If my dyslexia is not making me think that's something else. No, okay, yeah, that is the polycystic ovary syndrome. Okay, yep. I was thinking the right thing. Polycystic ovarian morphology. Okay, so they have updated. It's an ultrasound finding that shows many small follicles on the ovaries. PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, is a full clinical disease. So one of them is the ultrasound, find the many follicles. The other one, so has it fully changed the name? That's so interesting. One, I'm not sure it sounds like PCOS at all. This is talking about, there's a lot of other side symptoms with PCOS that helped rule it out for me, to know that I probably didn't have PCOS, that it's more likely endometriosis. Just saying, oh, there's trouble having children, is that the world rain is a bit more acidic. I think because it's a little weird in the Cryptid Roots universe, I think some places it is. And I think in some places, because cryptids used to the rain not being acidic, it stayed okay. And it's like, right, like in the swamp areas and in some of the more urban areas, like random places that cryptid frequents, the rain's fine, and all the water's fine. But then in places where cryptid's a little bit more not familiar with, a lot of industrialized areas, like outside the nuclear power plants, Outside any like crazy factories and stuff, Cryptid would assume more pollution happened there, and therefore the acid rain still happens there. So it's like very nitpicky, particular that would not happen in normal life, but because it's like weird Cryptid universe stuff, it is happening like that. So I feel like it's random areas are acid rain, other areas right next to it aren't. There's a lot of things that make it hard to have kids. Yeah, a lot of things. Like even me with endometriosis, that technically means it could be really, really difficult for me to have and birth children if that was something I wanted to pursue in the future. Thank God it is not. Otherwise, that would be very devastating. But there's multiple things, and yeah, this is them being Grim Wardens. They're going through this life-altering, crazy thing. It's like very similar to The Witcher. If anyone knows Witcher stuff. Grim Wardens is kind of like The Witcher. So that's why I'm like, oh yeah, they're going through this thing and it makes them hard to have children. But otherwise, I think after this, it's now having a slight time skip again. And out of the two scenes, I feel like it was so strong and impactful for Ren to kind of maybe have this chapter end or the scene end with Mira leaving with Thornston and Ren not quite knowing what to do. I feel like continuing on with this pool scene and then just talking about was more of like an excuse for lore dump stuff that Ren should already know. He could believably already know about this in the years. He spent like over a decade here with the Grim Wardens. He's heard it from somebody, even just in passing. He could just have it. He could just know it. It would be believable for him to know it. It's a little bit it almost breaks suspension of disbelief that in all this time he does not know these basic stuff. He could know it. And it kind of dilutes the really emotional, impactful scene we just had with Mira for them just to be talking about the logistics of the world building. I think it'll be really stronger just to end with her leaving with Thornston and then pick up with whatever's happening here. And that could be really strong for draft 2. And sometimes, if for anyone curious, this is sometimes like what more developmental edits look like. You're looking at the broader picture stuff, like what scenes should be cut. And it's really, really helpful to look at it in there for this earlier rough draft before you spend a lot of time fine-tuning and choosing all the perfect prose for your 100th draft, and you make it like a perfect chapter and all the dialogue and all the words and the prose is perfect and brilliant, you used all your brain power for it. Then just for a developmental editor to go through it and be like, oh yeah, by the way, get rid of this chapter, get rid of this scene, get rid of that, get rid of all these little bits, get rid of this character. It's much easier to have it in this earlier stage and just be able to look at stuff logistically and be like, what scenes make sense to keep, what's adding to the story, what's detracting from the emotional vibe you are building up. Very, very easy to do it at this stage. Now, does everyone do it? No, some people don't get a developmental edit until it's the very best draft they could possibly do, right? Until everything's like perfect. They chose all the nice, pretty words for it. It's their millionth draft, and then they get a developmental editor for it. That's still fine and valid. It's just if you have access to this kind of feedback, even at an earlier stage, it's really helpful. It saves you so much time. Like how bad storms can get. I mean, it's Florida. Cryptid's pretty used to like to hurricanes. I think Cryptid and the raccoons can have a hurricane party. Let's go. But otherwise, I feel like this is a pretty good stopping point. We have a few other scenes. It's just a few more pages left, but I feel like they're different enough scenes. We've had enough little time skips where I would want to approach those next scenes with a little bit more clarity in my brain, because it's almost 2 in the morning, local Cryptid time. So I do want to have a bit more clarity and be like more awake when I tackle those. So with the current feedback I've given you, are there any questions you have about it? Is there anything you want to like ask me to clarify more, or something that I didn't mention at all but you're like, hey Cryptid, look back on this, what do you feel about that? I want to give you time to ask me stuff too. I'm gonna take a bite of my pizza while you type. Oh. My pizza's getting cold. Now I'm over here thinking like every word I say. I'm like, what words do I say that are funny? I don't know. Oh, funny bit with the accent. I do know I said this one funny for years because I had friends point it out in high school. When I was a baby cryptid from Massachusetts, I was a young kid cryptid in Massachusetts. We moved down here when I was young to Central Florida. One of the things that I said this way and I never got corrected on at all until high school. I came here to Florida in elementary school, to clarify. No one pointed this out until high school. I think maybe even a sophomore or junior in high school. Like, it took a while. One of the things everyone here probably knows, if you're at least an American, I know there's people outside America too here, but if you're an American, you know the very common big box store, Walmart. W-A-L-M-A-R-T. Walmart. You guys all know that store, right? It's fucking everywhere. And sometimes people would, I guess how I was saying it for years was I would not say Walmart. I'd say Walmart. Walmart. Oh yeah, we picked this up at Walmart. So I'd say it like, to go with this example, Walmart versus Walmart. People even say like the Mart wasn't very clear. It'd be like Mart. I like have a very soft R here. Walmart. 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 Yeah, I picked up at Walmart. So I wouldn't say wall. I'd say like wool. And it was very, very soft Mart instead of a very harsh Mart. Very, very soft. With Ren Ran, I didn't think about that when I wrote it. If I had just been reading it in my head, I 100% would not have picked up on it. It's only because I read it out loud that Ren Ran sounded funny, and I stumbled over it. It's from like a very horrible storm. That would be a great background lore. I like that. My next submission might be either the script verse or the historical fiction until I figure out how to summarize chapter 11, since it's going to be heavily censored. Too many sexy times. Oh no. But no, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that the critique's working for you. And again, I'm never trying to make you guys like, oh, Cryptid's all the critiques Cryptid gives is 100% correct. No, sometimes some of my stuff that I suggest to you guys, you might disagree with, and that's fine. I'm happy when I can give you guys advice and I can explain the way that you guys do see why I'm suggesting it. Because one, that means that I did my job. I helped you guys with something, and I want to be helpful to you guys. But full disclosure, sometimes people will critique something and it's just wrong. It's not a good critique. Oh hey, thank you guys so much. Welcome, Raiden. There we go. Welcome on in. Were you guys having fun? Were you guys doing anything cool in your stream? We just finished up what's what's critique, and now we're talking about me having silly accent stuff. But welcome on in. No, so I think these are Cryptid friends. Hello and welcome in, everybody. First time, hello. So it's double blind. Is that how you say it? Welcome on in. Why is it highlighted like that? There we go. Yeah, everyone's making fun of my accent. That's basically what's happening right now. We finished our story critiques, and now we're talking about my fucking accent. Double blind. Yep. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Sometimes when you have like not you specifically, but other people, when they have the extra letters and stuff, sometimes they do want those to be pronounced. So I just wanted to make sure. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. I'm glad you're a lot further back. Hearing the older chapters compared to now puts what I need to fix into perspective. And definitely like stuff like when you have a critique on your older work, seeing even if you don't go back and fix it immediately, you can still take that critique to future work. Like me mentioning stuff like, oh hey, the point of view hopping, right? And it's definitely been less compared to earlier chapters, but it's still something to work on. Things like dropping characters, right? Like there are three characters in a chapter, and midway through the chapter we only suddenly have 2 characters. Like where did Where did the third character go? We stopped talking about him. What happened? What's he doing? How's he reacting? What happened? And it's just never mentioned again. That's dropping a character. It's just something to be aware of, to always keep track of which characters are in your scene and how they're doing stuff. Hey, but it's bedtime for me. Oh, have a wonderful night. Good night. Hope you get good sleeps. Good sleeps. But yeah, I'm glad when I do have feedback for you guys that's usable, that you guys agree with, and you can see why I'm doing that. But it's never like a thing of like, oh yeah, everything the Blueba says is 100% right. Sometimes, just from being a person, I might give you guys bad advice, or I don't see the vision you guys have. It's totally okay to disagree with me on some advice that I give you guys. I want you guys to be comfortable to disagree with advice anyone gives you. Because at the end of the day, it's all advice, it's all critique. Take what works for you, disregard the rest from anybody, no matter who it is. Just have an open mind to it. See if it is valid. Don't be like too caught up in your feelings about it to not accept it. But I think a lot of writers sometimes get caught in that vibe of, well, okay, this person gave me this critique, do I have to do everything they said? And it's like, well, do you think it has merit? Do you logically, not in your emotions, logically think it makes sense what they're saying to you? I do feel like the fight scenes have gotten better. Ooh, that's nice, that's interesting. But I do need to fix Ren's personality a little in the current chapters. Sometimes we only learn about our characters and what that character feels like that personality, that voice they have, by the end of a story or end of a project. And then you're like, fuck, I gotta go redo this project and fix their voice all throughout it. And it's not unique. Lots of writers struggle with that. That's even Chatty Matty, right? Sometimes it's one of the main things I look out for Chatty Matty when I'm looking at all the wide cast of characters they have. I wanted to always make sure that their voices are distinct, that these characters sound like how they should. If they're an adult woman, do they sound like an adult woman? If they're a smart person, do they seem like they're smart? Or are they having like a lot of dumb assumptions? Or if it's someone capable, do they seem like they're capable? If it's someone angry, do they occasionally have moments when they're angry? Or do they always sound nice, but everyone's always saying they're angry? It's one of those, I'm always making sure the characters seem consistent and sound distinct from each other, and it makes sense. Oh, hey, Devilvine just raided. I'm right back here again after lurking. It all comes full circle. Everything leads back to Blueba. Everything leads back to Blueba. But hey, thanks so much for hanging out with us again. But yeah, I didn't get to see them for too long. They had a bedtime. But hopefully maybe I'll see them again in the future. Oh. Otherwise, I feel too bad to end stream with over 30 plus people. Anything equally bad leads to Greenbow? Oh my god, you guys are never gonna let Greenbow die. I feel bad. If Ozzy Waldy was still here, I actually would have said like, oh, they're back up. We could go through Ozzy Waldy's a little bit. I mean to ask you earlier, what's your experience in editing anime? That's a wonderful question. That's really, really good. If you're ever paying for services or getting an official critique, that's really important things to ask. So I'll be fully upfront with you. One, I've been a writer for years, but I am not a published author. But I've been very much in writing communities and writing spaces for years. I originally went to college for writing, for creative writing, before I had a big bout of depression, and I switched majors to costuming. And I ended up getting my degree in costuming and sewing, and now I'm a professional seamstress. That's part of what the business is. Our business, Cryptid Roots, is embroidery patches and sometimes sewn apparel and stuff and costumes. So one, do not take my advice as a published author. More of my writing stuff is just, again, as critique stuff from another fellow writer, not as a published author. For an editor, I will always be upfront. I'm a baby developmental editor. I have done coursework for it. I'm always learning. I've read a lot of books about it. And I've currently been doing free developmental edits, which is not what you guys are getting. You guys are just here for fun little critiques from a few pages that I read. I do think critiques and a full edit are different. But I have done coursework for it. I do have a little certificate for it, and I am a developmental editor. But I am a baby, and I've been doing some free stuff for some of my raccoons here to get experience and to get feedback on being a developmental editor. But it's not anything too grand. Not exactly published either. All I've got is a master's in fine. Oh, a master's though is such a great level. That's so fantastic. In fine arts and poetry and creative writing. That's such great experience though. That's something to be really proud of. That's a lot of hard work. 100%. Like I said, I originally went to it too for creative writing. I was so passionate about it. But there was just so many bad factors in my life. I was in a horrible relationship. I was engaged at the time to a not very good person. It was just a lot of like turbulence, and I think I changed a lot of things in my life because I kind of needed change. And yeah, I actually switched my majors and I got my degree in costuming, which worked out. It actually worked out perfectly for my life because again, Cryptid Roots is a sewing and embroidery business. And then I started this up. It's almost gonna be a year soon since I started doing the writing and critique streams. You have a minor in professional tech writing. So I definitely feel you in the editing and proofreading department. Yeah. I will always do the caveat. Since my thing is developmental editing, it's hard to do an actual, I would even argue it's almost impossible, to do a true developmental edit without reading an entire work, the entire thing. That's why I clarify, like, hey, this is critiques. I read a couple of pages from you guys, and I'll give some feedback, some critiques. But it's not a true edit. A true edit for a developmental level, you have to know, like, the full scope of the piece. So it is a little bit different. You also did costume design? You used to work in a live production theater as front of house. And I appreciate how much work goes into that. Oh my god. Yeah, the theater versus movie and television costuming is a little bit different compared to theater costuming versus cosplay costuming. There's so many different aspects and avenues to take where costuming does, and especially in comparison to practical sewing, right? Everyday garment sewing and construction. I became the head seamstress for a while at a bridal lingerie studio. That was fantastic. That sounds so fancy and nice, but it was actually like process of elimination. I started out at the bottom with like little apprentice seamstress at this bridal lingerie company, and just process of elimination eventually just wound down to me, and I got upgraded to head seamstress because nobody else was left. Just crazy life circumstances happened to everyone else. But I had this amazing time, and I learned so much at this super high-end bridal lingerie studio. That was fantastic, and I learned so many cool techniques. I actually wish I had taken that job when I was further in my sewing career, because I think then I would have learned even more. I could have processed more of what they were teaching me at that time. But as it was, I was thrown into that job when I knew like barely anything. I knew how to sew, like straight lines and some curved lines technically. I knew how to cut fabric, so I thought that's completely different from production garment cutting. There's like a lot of stuff that I learned there, but... So my developmental editor just got back to me. She gave 50 pages of notes. That's a lot of notes. That's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. Hopefully you got your money's worth. We all gotta start somewhere. For reference, I've heard, and this is what I strive when I did Act 1, because remember when I did Chatty Maddie's, I only did Act 1. I did a developmental audit, developmental report, that's what it's called. So I didn't do a full developmental edit for Act 1 of Chatty Maddie's, I just did a developmental edit report, which is a little bit different. And for developmental edit reports, I've heard from some that you at least want the 12 to 14, 15-ish range. And I could see if I did the full book, how I could easily probably go to 20 to 30 plus range for a developmental edit. I think that range is pretty good. 50 is on the higher end, but I think it also depends on how much of it was the developmental just report, how much of it is like a lot of developmental edit notes, how in depth it was. I think it just depends. Oh hey, thanks for the follow. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. I stumbled on my own little phrase, Jesus. You're always impressed by people who learn a trade? It's so weird because I don't even really feel sometimes like I got a trade. Like sometimes I'll even talk to Mama and Papa Cryptid. I'm like, oh man, I should actually like learn a trade or something. Then I'll have a better, more stable income possibly. Like I should learn like masonry, or I should learn plumbing or electrical or something. Like that's a trade. I almost and this is just a thing in my head, I almost still consider it like a craft. I still consider it like an art. But you're right, it is technically a trade. The amount of esoteric knowledge that gets passed down is fascinating. I'm so grateful that Mama Cryptid did teach me, like, at least basic sewing when I was a young baby Cryptid. That was really... Oh, it's harsh notes. That's what you pay for. You gotta pay for the brutal honesty, for the direct feedback, for the directional, like, blunt force. How the fuck do I make this better? You want that exact stuff. Hopefully it's not too mean, though. I think it can be... I sometimes... For people sometimes have this phrase, brutal honesty, that's a phrase. And I think some people put emphasis on the honest, like I'm gonna be bluntly honest, and they categorize that as brutal honesty, when it's just blunt honesty. And some people put emphasis on the brutal. They like being more brutal than they like being honest. And those are very mean people. And I don't really think you should listen to brutally honest people who put emphasis on that. I think you can take a lot of advice and critique from honest people and bluntly honest people, but not brutally honest people. Editing is important, yeah. I am not looking forward to my own developmental edits and line edits for stuff in the future. Straight up. Yeah, even as an editor, as a writer, like you still get your edits from other people. Can you process some edits better, like on your own when you self-edit? Yeah, because you kind of like read some books, you kind of know stuff to look out for. But genuinely, it's really hard to catch your own mistakes. So even as an editor, even as a baby editor, so for some of the projects, I am going to be enlisting the help of other people to have their eyes on it. First time I ever got a commission for editing, I had such a time trying to figure out how to charge, whether to do it per page or per hour. I know, at least from what I'm hearing back from other editors and stuff now, maybe you already know this, maybe I'm saying stuff you already fucking know, in which case ignore me. I think a lot of the advice now is done on by the word, but like kind of rounded up. So like if it's like a 20,500 words compared to like 50,000 words, like you kind of round it up by like the 1,000 or by the 100 for some people, and they charge by the word. Because you obviously need to charge more for like if it's a big chunky book compared to like if it's a little short novella. So I think most people charge by the word, and then you obviously charge more as you gain experience and you gain knowledge in your craft and you gain expertise. So like for me, since I'm a baby, right, I've been doing a lot of free stuff because like when it's not fair to charge unless you're good enough to charge for it. You need the practice, you need the skill set to get good at it. It helps because this is the first person that read my work all the way through, and that's important. That's really exciting. I know for Heidenhart's mentioned before that she really wanted somebody to read through their manuscript the entire way through, because she had like friends and some family members that would read like the beginning and like little snippets of it, but she needed someone. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. I believe in your work. I'll do it. So that's what I've been doing for them. But it's not quite a full normal edit. There's some particular things they want to be tracked and stuff that I've been doing. So it's a little bit of a mix of a developmental edit and some more unique things for Heidenhart. If I ever get a developmental editor, I'm pretty sure cutting characters will be on most notes. I've got a small habit of naming one-off characters. Interesting. At least my developmental editor didn't say it was boring. Small wins! Small wins! Yes, yes, yes! She said she actually liked it. That's good. It's very different from what she's used to. That's really exciting, Nevermore. I think honesty is good, but based on experience, I think it's really about how constructive the criticism is. The more useful the data, the more the writer has to work with. That's why I always say, like, whenever I give you guys critique, I genuinely try. I'm explaining why I'm doing stuff. If I say, I think this character needs to go, why do I think this character needs to go? Okay, they haven't been plot relevant. They haven't had any action that's impacted the plot at all. and nothing that they really do is interacted with the characters much. So then if they're not interacting with the characters and they're not interacting with the plot, why is this character here? They either need to be cut or they need to do something that's plot relevant here. But I try to explain it. If I ever forget to, it's more likely because I'm ADHD and I just got sidetracked and I forgot to explain why. In which case you guys can always ask me straight up, like, hey, why the fuck did you say to get rid of my main character? What the fuck happened here? And I'd be like, oh yeah. It happens. Being able to write a critique, to write an editorial report or something like that, editorial report, developmental edit report, much easier because you have time to collect your thoughts and to really like source things and like give that feedback and really sit with your thoughts and explain things a little bit more clearly. Saying things off the cuff during a live stream is always like, oof. My brain's always going 100%. But my brain has ADHD, so it's going 100% in 10 different directions. Oh, it's so funny. Oh no. But you guys are also kind anyway. So yeah, I don't think Ozzy Wally's still here. I think, like, even though we have the 30, I think I'm gonna stop here. I can go ahead and, you know what I will do? Story submission. I'm gonna pull up the Discord. I'm gonna go ahead and start editing it. So the time slot, this is the 22nd. The next one will be the 23rd. I can say numbers, I swear. 23rd, stream starts same time. We did these two already. I think for the next one, I think I'm gonna be ambitious. I don't want to quite say it's gonna be 3. But I think I'm gonna have 2 backups. Because I might be able to tackle more next time. I think, you're off to bed. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for submitting your story. It's a really great joy to keep reading it. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen in this world. I'm really excited to see where you take this universe. I think it's gonna be great. Okay. So, that's been updated. I'm gonna go ahead into chatting. And go ahead and put, story time slots are updated. Feel free to name a slot for next stream. Oh, let me double go. There we go. So, editing for longer works is an impressive feat to me because I often have a habit of getting lost in the weeds before remembering the whole lawn might not even stay. It's so funny. It's definitely like how your brain's wired type thing, for like what type of editing you're good at, what you're naturally inclined for. So for me, it was so interesting to, yeah, I can offer some advice for line and copy editing, but I'm not truly a line or copy editor. It's more if I notice something, I'll point it out. But genuinely, my brain was very naturally geared towards the bigger picture concepts, towards the developmental edit of, okay, you put a lot of emphasis in this scene, how does this work with your A and B plot? Does this end tie in over here? Can we mirror this B plot to the A plot? How do these characters symbolize stuff in the long run? Does this work narratively for the bigger piece? I'm very much, that's just how my brain logically works, so it's a, hi Hugo. Hi Hugo, yes. But otherwise, she's already saying the stream's over. I don't think they're wrong. I think, let me go over here. I think that's going to be the end of stream for now, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. It was such a joy. I hope I get to see, since we have a couple new people over here, I hope I get to see your guys' creative works in the future. It'll be such a joy to read through some stuff and give critique and feedback. Or again, I always say in my stream, you guys can also give critique and give feedback. The only rule is you just have to be nice about it. We don't want to be assholes. We want to give useful feedback. That's always the vibe here. But otherwise, I think that's it. So I do stream every other day, so I won't be streaming next night. I'll be streaming the night after that for you guys. If you guys need to double check the dates, it is in the Discord. I'll keep you guys up to date if there's any schedule changes in the Discord. But I hope I get to see you guys soon. It was a great pleasure. Thank you guys so much for everyone who gave us a raid. But otherwise, I will see you next time. Goodbye!